Elias is here.
Elias is here.
Elias, ¿cómo estás?
Good morning, everybody. Bien, bien. ¿Estás tú?
Okay, people are entering the waiting room.
The event being live streamed and on the Facebook page of okay.
Buenos dias, good morning. My name is Gigi Pedraza. I'm the Executive Director with the Latino Community Fund, and I am so glad to have you all here. So let's start, and let's go and start with some context. So the Southeast of the United States has truly a rich history of hundreds and hundreds of years, from local and indigenous nations, known by mound building cultures and deep respect for nature, to the arrival of explorers and colonizers from France, Spain, and England, horrific over 200 years of slavery, followed by indentured servitude, the migration to the north, the rise of the civil rights movement, and more recently, the evolution to a region that is home to some of the fastest growing Asian and Latin American communities in the region. So this is the time to educate ourselves, taking the history, the leadership, the work, the people and communities that came before us to get us where we are now and embrace this moment of profound change. We must recognize, of course, the role we play in dismantling systems of inequity and oppression, or upholding those systems, and take the steps to envision a South with possibilities and opportunities, and how would that look like? So for a few years now, we have co-hosted this event, who used to be in person, and one day we'll go back to in person, with Ser Familia. It has truly been a pleasure, and really the intention of this event has been to provide an overview of what are the trends, what are the things happening in the southeast of the United States, and then particularly in Georgia, and then go down to what and how does it look like daily for folks working in the community. So it is my great pleasure today to introduce you to my co-host and dear friend, CEO and co-founder of Ser Familia, Belisa Urbina.
Good morning, Gigi, and good morning, everyone. It's absolutely a pleasure to do this with the Latino Community Fund again. I think that this partnership works in so many ways for the benefit of our communities and services providers. So Ser Familia, for those of you who don't know about us, we are a 501c3 nonprofit that provides family, social, and mental health services to Latinos throughout Metro Atlanta and the neighboring counties. In a given year, we serve about 7,000 clients in different services. So, we'll talk a little bit more about our experiences in this almost 2 years of difficulty, but at the same time of so many great stories of partnership, of support and learning. So I just want to share with you a couple of understandings that Gigi and I think are so important so that we can foster very productive conversations throughout the day. The first one is that we don't need to agree. It is okay to disagree. You're not going to probably agree with everything that we're going to express during the day, or panelists are going to express during the day, but we want to have respectful, honest, and courageous conversations. And for that, we need your cooperation in just engaging with the conversation, but at the same time understanding that not agreeing means that we don't have to be respectful to one another. We want this to be truly an educational opportunity. So let's keep an open mind. We are all going to learn something new, a new perspective, and new information that is going to help us be better providers, be better members of our very diverse community. And last but not least, have a sense of discovery, a sense of, we have put a lot of effort and we have so many great panelists. So keep your sense of discovery and wonder, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy a wonderful day. Gigi?
Thank you, Belisa. One additional point that I think we want to share with everyone is that throughout the conference, people may use different terms to refer to each other, to our communities. Some of us may use Latinx, some of us may use Latino, some may use Hispanic. It is our intention of both organizations to always be inclusive and respectful, but people feel different ways with different terms, and we all self-identify however we feel comfortable. And then we also use terms to address communities that are very diverse and that may look different. So understand that these all terms really mean communities with a heritage from Latin America, and people feel comfortable with different languages. So with that, I want us to move to some of the things that we intend are going to be outcomes of the event. And one is deep reflection and recognition. We are hoping that at the end of the event at 2 p.m., we are all walking away reflecting on what is it that we have heard and how do we play in the system? How do our decisions contribute or not contribute? And then hopefully make visible some things that are oftentimes invisible unless we look for them. We also want to learn, of course, from each other. We are here and we will learn as much as you learn from other panelists and other events. And then finally, we are hoping that all of us walk away with determination to make things better and more inclusive, more just, and to recognize how we all have our ways to influence our circles and networks to ensure that the South and Georgia in particular become states that are inclusive and welcoming to all communities and provide a path to thrive. So also want to encourage you all to ask questions on the chat. We have our teams are going to be monitoring questions, so go ahead and ask. So now let's move to our first panelist. Our first panel, it's called Defining Social Justice, Anti-Racism, and Shared Language. And really throughout the United States, as you all know, in the last 2 years, organizations, have committed after the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement. Organizations have committed to work towards social justice and anti-racism. Organizations and businesses and corporations and everyone. But how can we define and operationalize these terms so that they can lead to meaningful change? More specifically, what do these terms mean for Latino, Latinx, Hispanic populations who come oftentimes from countries like me with our own histories of racism and classism, but we are now operating in a US context. So to kick us off with a shared understanding and historical context, I would love to introduce Marisol Jimenez. She is the CEO and founder of Tepeyac Consulting, based in North Carolina. And she has an extensive and wonderful background, which you all had access to in advance. You can check in our website. We want to devote most of our time to the conversation. So Marisol, gracias por venir. Such a pleasure to have you with us. Kick it off.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me as part of the Latinx Summit. I'm very happy to be here. So today I really want to do a couple things when I'm recovering from a cold, so pardon me. But one is I want to just sort of set the stage for a conversation with some key terms. And then I have the opportunity to introduce you to two really amazing thinkers and also folks who are doing this work in our community to really unpack a conversation about what does it mean to understand structural racism. So if we can pull up the presentation and move towards slide 2. So the first word that I want us to unpack, slide please, is race. So in a US context, I really appreciate that kind of framing because we're going to be talking about a US context, and it doesn't mean that this doesn't have relevance in a global context or for the Latinx diaspora, right? But with race, in the 18th and 19th century in the United States, there was this really concerted effort to design an idea of race. And there was this emergence of a scientific method to prove these ideas that not only did race exist, but that race existed on a hierarchy, so that there was a superiority to some people based on this idea of race and an inferiority of others. So it's really critical for us to understand that one of the reasons why this conversation about race can be so confusing is because the idea of race itself was a confused idea. It's a social construct that was creating a hierarchy and ended up being a tool that was used to rationalize and enforce enslavement and genocide, not only in the United States, but across the globe. Slide. So then we ask ourselves, why? Why the construction of this idea of race? Why a structure of racism, right? If we look at racism beyond the dynamics of how you and I interact well or not, and we understand it as a structure, well, then we get to this definition, which is that structural racism is certainly historical, that we can't understand racism without understanding the historical context, that it is cumulative, that the impacts of that history accumulate over time all the way up until today with the continuation of accumulation of impact. And then finally, that these impacts are compounding. In other words, that they hit from every angle: education, healthcare, incarceration rates, exposure to environmental toxins, immigration enforcement, right? Immigration policies. These, we can see the structure of racism embedded in them. So what we talk about are these 6 E's. Slide. The first E is enforcement. Enforcement of compliance, is extraction. It's extraction of resources from places in ways that are destructive, that cause harm. So when we think about this, we think about removing oil, fracking, pipelines, taking land, taking over corn in our countries, right? Taking over an entire culture of maize in our countries and making it this capitalist monster across the globe. Slide. The next one is exploitation. It's the people, it's the invisibilization of people's labor through theft, through abuse, through enslavement, right? And we see this, of course, in everything from convict leasing systems to migrant farm labor to maquiladoras all over the world. Slide. And then there's this exclusion of people from spheres of power that limit or threaten our agency, our ability to have influence over the quality of our life. So as we move along a spectrum of structural racism, we start seeing this steady exclusion from these spaces, everywhere from Congress to the folks who tell the stories in Hollywood. Slide. Then there is enforcement of compliance and control of a people or a place, everything from legislation and policy to incarceration and policing to borders. Slide. And as all of this is happening, there is this erasure, the erasure of our stories, of our lived experiences, of our contributions and cultures, as well as our experiences of oppression. There's this invisibilization of it, as though it never happened. And then this replacing of it with propaganda and stories about that everybody is treated equally in this country. Slide. But the cumulative impact of this system of the E's, these 6 E's of structural racism over the course of history has been elimination of people and entire communities through state-sanctioned violence, everything from a history and a culture of lynching to internment camps and detention centers to eugenics, excuse me. So when we talk about a structure of racism, we talk about these 6 E's, excuse me, and we talk about them in a context where it is on a spectrum that was built, and this is what's key for part of our conversation, of anti-Blackness and Indigenous erasure. So this is where we're starting our conversation. I want to invite my compas who are joining me to unpack these ideas that I just shared with you. So today we are joined by Dr. Jure Capers, who is an associate professor in the Department of Public Management and Policy at Georgia State University, and Elias Alonso. Elias is a consultant that works with small business owners, international nonprofits, and also offers Mayan language interpretation to support sort of the backbone of some of our organizing. So I'm very pleased to be joined by my colleagues and want to start by asking you each, what is your initial reactions to these terms, to these ideas? And I'll start with Dr. Capers.
Okay, I'm off mute. Still doing that. Can you hear me now thing? Pleasure to be here and talk about the terms. My initial thought and reaction to the terms are the concept and the way that you've explained structural racism is, wow, what a great way to explain such a complex concept and concept term. It seems pretty abstract, but we all experience it and we all engage in it in ways that we might not readily recognize. And so I love the pictures that you use to depict structural racism, because if we inspect those pictures and pay attention to those pictures a little closer, we'll realize and recognize that it's a blend of older pictures, right, that suggests that structural racism is something that we've experienced historically, but there are also some present pictures, right, that show that it's a live and active and current process that we're all experiencing in this moment. So for example, there's a picture of a young person approaching officers, and it's a scene, I think, taken from last year. And similarly, there's a picture in the corner showing a a coach cutting a young Black athlete's hair because it didn't fit the norms or the guidelines for his wrestling competition. And despite this not being his first competition, this happened in 2018, just 3 years ago, right? And so these things, these images alongside these older historic pictures where racism was more overt, suggests and shows us that structural racism is still very present, but it's also embedded into the norms and the practices of society to benefit and burden individuals in different ways based on race. And so all of those terms, the ease that we think about, help us wrap our heads around all the ways that structural racism has functioned, but is also continuously functioning in society. So I am like, whoa, this definition blows me away to help us sort of pull all this together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kippers. Elias, your thoughts?
Good morning, buenos dias, everyone. By no means I'm an expert in these areas, but I'm gonna share some of my thoughts and experiences. And I think coming from an indigenous and immigrant background, I have experienced firsthand some of the impacts of exclusive systems. In fact, I'm often asked, what are the roots of causes of irregular immigration of Central Americans to the United States? And given that I think one of the roots are some of these long-term impacts. First, I guess I want to explain that my understanding of racism is discrimination against people on the basis of their race. Such race-based discrimination is appalling and antithetical to the understanding that all humans are created equal with inherent values. When we talk about structural racism, as Marisol kindly explained to us, we're talking about building racism into different ways we organize ourselves as a society. And in light of that, I have to ask, as I said, I'm learning this as well. And so I have to ask myself, is it only those with the power to structure society that are prone to be racist? Or are we all guilty, no matter what our ethnicity, economic status, or skin color, et cetera, to cause harms to others? I believe this is a deeper problem of the human heart. And our tendency is that we act in self-interest, that we use any means necessary to advance our selfish desires. And some do so by crafting, of course, structures to carry out their evil purposes. When we truly take the meaning of all humans are created equal seriously, then only then we will be able to see people as unique, special, and beautiful creatures that deserve to be treated with respect, kindness, and dignity.
Thank you so much, Elias, for that really thoughtful response. Elias, you mentioned you really understood the impact and had experienced it firsthand, as well as could understand it as part of a driving force for immigration and really displacement of people from Central America. Can you talk more about what you see as some of the sort of the large scale historical and cumulative impacts of structural racism as you understand it, as you're like talking about these impacts?
Yes. So when I say that immigration is one of those causes for any policies that might be built into structures that exclude people from being part of the economic I guess opportunities that, for instance, my country represents, is it's really that there's because of the, I guess, historic and colonial and foreign intervention to Central America, a lot of this has resulted in displacement of people, and these are evil things that are happening, and we should stand up and fight against these things.
Thank you so much. Dre, do you have thoughts about the historical impacts, how they accumulate over time of historical racism, the way you understand it?
Oh yeah. So two things. So I'm a policy scholar. As you mentioned that I work in the policy school at Georgia State, and so from a policy perspective, what I often think about is exactly how the policies of the past have led us to the policies that we have currently today. And so in your introduction, you explained that it's compounding, right? Like we can see structural racism almost any place in education and health and environmental policy and housing and criminal justice system. And so thinking about that and thinking about the sort of the historical overt ways that we created racist policies have pushed us in a direction to today really try to have race neutral policies that try to erase the concept of race from the policy design, but those are just as often harmful because then they don't acknowledge the hurt and harm and the exclusion or the enforcement of racism and exclusion that have harmed groups. So we can't move past the barriers and the restrictions and the implications of past policy. So let me give you a concrete example. So in the 1960s, we established the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission established affirmative action, right? And affirmative action, the aim of affirmative action was to try to incorporate and include Black people in the US who had been historically excluded from positions in employment initially. That was sort of the initial thought process. However, the way that affirmative action worked initially was to say that we will try to right our wrongs and we will try to include this group, but do it in a way that does not allow race to be the central focus of why a person is hired. So this means that at the same time that we're trying to acknowledge or right or wrong, we're also trying to erase the notion that race is important. And so as consequence, people partially did affirmative action, right? And affirmative action has remained very highly debated, contested, and even in some places excluded from the parameters of employing people. So for example, in the state of Georgia, universities went on to try to use this policy as well. But in the state of Georgia universities like Georgia State and the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech cannot use affirmative action in enrollment, for example. Now, we understand that there is a great benefit to considering the racial diversity of a university. However, when it comes to using that tool to incorporate people to deal with exclusion, that cannot be used because people see it as sort of a race conscious policy where in a space where we're trying to be race neutral. And so the history of using race in our policy to exclude people has also pushed us in a further direction to say, okay, well, we want to eliminate race altogether, even in our policy design in a way that is helpful. So in the current administration, I'll point out that the Biden administration has tried to make a concerted effort to include racial equity in a lot of their new provisions. And so, for example, the infrastructure bill that President Biden signed this week has a racial equity component in it. However, this racial equity component is written in a way that allows states to decide and determine how racial equity will happen. And in a context of race neutrality, that means that many states are likely to probably water down this racial aspect to it because historically we have used race to exclude people. So we have not been at our best in trying to figure out the balancing act there. And structural racism has kind of scarred the country in such a way that we are afraid to use race in a positive way to include people and to monitor our enforcement and things as well.
Yeah, thank you
Add
so much.
something there as well, and thinking about the exclusion and inequalities that exist in our societies, and a lot of it, of course, is based on race. But I also want to be careful to also not just blame everything that is happening on solely on race. I often ask myself, could it be other factors such as geography, age, birth order, life choices, cultural habits, saying this from my own community and background, that might lead to this. But of course, you know, a lot of it, it's due, and some of it is due to these factors, and also, you know, the evil intentions of others. And I think thinking about the immigrant community here in the U.S., when we first come here, I guess we're often not aware of where we might find you know, structures and policies that might be racist towards our society, or we're more concerned of landing a job, you know, and making a life for our families and ourselves here. And so I guess what I'm saying there is that that's not that's not the first thing immigrant families are thinking about. And so, but on the other hand, I also see that in the community and the immigrant community, I have witnessed firsthand, you know, U.S. Americans welcoming these families and helping them, and I know that because I'm a living proof of that. So there's certainly structures that limit our livelihoods, but there's also I want to point out that there's also factors that affect that, and there's good people out there as well, you know, ready to lend a hand.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it as we unpack this, it really clearly becomes such a nuanced conversation. There's so many paradoxes within it. So there is this structure of racism, and in the United States, it is a foundational structure in this country. And at the same time, we also understand that the purpose of that structure was to maintain a system where the few owners would be able to continue benefiting from our production and consumption. So as long as we're producing and consuming profit and power for them, then they might use race, they might use language, citizenship, gender, region, but these E's will be the way they do that. And so what happens is we get to these points of intersection where the compounding factor hits. So not only are you an immigrant, but you're an undocumented immigrant. And if you are an undocumented immigrant who is Black, who is trans, who is LGBT, who is poor, who speaks an indigenous language, as you layer on those intersections, you get this compounding impact compared to a white presenting Latinx, graduate educated, visa entering immigrant who speaks 3 languages, English, Spanish, and French, right? And my experience coming in is vastly different. And then within that structure, we also know that there are all kinds of ways that people bystand and just watch it happen, collude and actively participate in it, and then resist. There is a lot of resistance. And Elias, thank you so much, because very often that resistance looks like love, right? So as we think about the ways that we as a community have organized, let's say, for example, around an immigration system that is race-based, it came out of the very first immigration law was the Chinese Exclusion Act, right? So, and it was about managing how many people from China were here, and visas are distributed country-based, right? So as we think about the ways that we organize our movement spaces, I would love to hear from our panel, how do you define social justice in this context? And what are the ways that you see structural racism even showing up in the ways that we work together? Jure?
Yeah, so to kind of answer that and pick up on this point that we've been already discussing, I think the way that structural racism can show up in social justice. Oh, let me back up. First, let's talk about how we define it. I'm just so anxious to answer this exciting part of the question. But so how I define it, sometimes there's this misconception that social justice or social justice work is really about protesting and marching after an injustice has occurred. And however, for me as a policy scholar and someone who does research on equity, I think about social justice as really doing the work to prevent any need for protesting before after the injustice occurs, right? Trying to write the system in a way that is equitable, that is fair, that serves the needs and interests of marginalized people in a fair way, so that that injustices are minimized. And so for me, social justice is really about doing the work on the front end, right? Holding people accountable, making sure that inclusion is happening, right? Making sure that groups are incorporated. We're thinking about how do we stop extraction? How do we incorporate more stories, right? How do we address the ease before it requires trying to right or wrong? And so that's what social justice work looks like for me. But even in that space, sometimes we can see structural racism kind of getting in the way. I love that you talked about the intersections of identity that a person can experience, right? So being someone of African descent, right? Speaking another language, an indigenous language, being what we might consider a sexual minority, relative to someone who is white presenting, speaking 3 languages, college educated, with resources. And so in that space, even in our effort to do good work on the front end or the back end, we may find ourselves excluding people, right, in the way that structural racism operates. So what does this mean? This means that sometimes even in our best intentions, we might not incorporate people who think differently from us, or originate from a different place, or may not look like us. There's this habit we have sometimes, even in trying to do good work, that we like to do it with our friends, right? Our people who make it quote unquote easy to do the work collectively. And so that is a form of exclusion, right? If that person that you identify, Marisol, isn't included, that is still structural racism, right? That their experience, their story, their needs, their desires, their interests are not being included. And that is how the power dynamics of structural racism can still work and social justice work, right? The silos of organizations, right? And the things that organizations pick up as sort of their strategic missions and goals, right? That are sometimes exclusionary to groups that really need assistance. So to say, for example, we serve the Latino community, but not serve the Indigenous or the Black community within the Latino community, right? Is exclusionary, right? Recognizing that Black Latinos have a set of experiences that are unique to them, which doesn't negate the fact that they have some shared interests and some shared experiences of white presenting Latinos, but that there are some things that if you are going to serve the Latino community, also have to include the issues of Black people as well, right? And so that means thinking about how does police brutality, not just related to immigration, right? But police brutality and racial profiling that happens to Black people in a specific way, how does that affect the Latino community? That is also a question that should be a part of the social justice discussion for that community, for example. Similarly, I'll just point out quickly, enforcement can also happen in our social justice work, right? So for example, controlling people or controlling space, saying who's in and who's out, and setting the parameters for who is the service population based on the norms and cultures of those who are considered the gatekeepers of the organization, also could hinder social justice work, but also operates in a form of structural racism, right? So for example, suggesting that a population or a group interests are not included, they're not our target population because they are not from a particular country, right? Not from Mexico, for example, right? That's putting a person in an out group, right? And that is how structural racism works, right? Being a gatekeeper in a way to say, well, we don't really deal with that. It's gatekeeping, and it's controlling a person's place in the conversation. Marisol, I think you're on mute.
Thank you so much for that conversation, Dre. I started my career as a young activist in the immigrant justice movement, right? I grew up, my father's undocumented from Mexico. I grew up in an inner city neighborhood in Chicago, and really strongly identified as a Latina. So when I arrived to North Carolina and started getting involved in the immigrant justice movement here on the policy level, I really took for granted the opportunities that were appearing before me to be a leader of the Latino immigrant justice movement, and didn't recognize the ways that as a Chicago US-born citizen, half Irish, Latina, English dominant, like I had no business being the leader of the Latino immigrant justice movement in North Carolina. And it was, in fact, all these margins of privilege and access that I was using without intention to propel me into positions of leadership. And it wasn't until much later, years later, when my community held me to loving account and said, don't you think that's problematic? That I really listened to that and repositioned myself in the movement. And as I started doing that and deepening my understanding of what the ways that our movement as an immigrant justice movement, and I'll just speak for North Carolina, was sort of collapsing in on itself around our losses and attacking each other, attacking leaders, organizations, competing for funding and for microphones and platforms, that there was a structural component to it. And out of that, with another friend of mine who is a Black activist, we really started exploring these ideas. And what emerged from that was a combination of understanding immigration, anti-Blackness, our global economic systems. All of those things kind of led us to this framework of the 6 E's that we created, which is really a colonizer model. This is what's used globally to pull, important minerals out of the Congo with enslaved labor to power our iPhones, so that I can say like, capitalism on the same machine, right? Those types of conflicts emerge, all the way to the ways that some folks get funding or don't. Elias, I'm wondering how you see structural racism showing up in our movement spaces.
Yeah, so I also want to go back and define social justice and how I see structural racism showing up in these spaces. I guess for me, I define social justice in a very simple way as caring for people in need. Social justice is caring for people in need, standing up for the oppressed, who for one reason or another cannot defend themselves against imminent threats to their well-being. Social justice for me is promoting peace and unity for all, regardless of the color of their skins. Social justice is the way I would like to see it happen is, or the way I see it in my mind is to work towards a world in which the full humanity of everyone is respected and cherished, not only in theory, but in action. And I think in my, I guess, sphere of work or influence, I love going to the immigration courts all over the countries and interpreting for indigenous families that are maybe in removal proceedings, and it's just great to see them light up whenever they walk in and see somebody who looks like them and speaks their language. And through this interpreting work, I've been able to, I guess, help people understand how the law works and how it's framed, and really becoming their voice and expressing their deepest needs in front of a judge in their own language, and so that justice is served, I guess, in a just way. And so if there wasn't an opportunity for people to express themselves in their own language, in the way they see the world, that would be excluding them from the system. That would be basically giving way to structures of injustice, and I see my actions in that way, that I'm able to bridge these two cultures, these two worlds, and help people. And so with that, I guess what I want to say with that is that I would really like to see more policies like that, more people working toward a world, as I said, in which the full humanity of everyone is respected and cherished.
Elias, I really appreciate you naming that about the language justice component of people being able to speak in their first voice within the court system. And it can't help but cause me pause to say, well, what does it mean that that is available for that family when you're available in the court system, but not so often in our organizing spaces? Like, how often are we providing interpretation to Indigenous languages in our organizing spaces, in our policy conversations? So even within our own movement, there is this practice of Indigenous erasure, this assumption that it's either English or Spanish, and mostly English. Sometimes there's Spanish language justice, but whether there's Indigenous language justice is almost never. And so what does that mean for the ways that we recreate those structures of anti-Blackness and Indigenous erasure within our own movement spaces, right? That's just a really great kind of example, and just a single example. And I want to ask the panel, when you think about that kind of dynamic, and I think about the cost of language justice, right? The paying interpreters, translating your materials, it's really an investment. So there's this dynamic around what's the participation of nonprofits and philanthropy in really pushing these structures of inequity and oppression within our movements? Like, how does that look?
Yeah, I would say, you hit the nail on the head, right? This is exactly sort of what I was talking about in terms of exclusion, even in doing good work, right? And so those who are setting the mission statement and setting and providing the resources, setting the financial capital for this work, often if they have the best of intentions, but are not thinking about holistically, or thinking about the actual needs and concerns of Indigenous populations and Black populations. So what we might not think of readily when we think about Latino, because let's just be honest with ourselves, right? America has given us this image of Latino as being white adjacent, although we know that's not the case, right? And so even organizations who want to partner with the Latino community don't necessarily intentionally, but don't necessarily think to themselves, oh, we need to look broadly, right, to serve this community. And so I think you're right, Marisol, recognizing that, relying on nonprofits and even government entities who say we look out for the Latino community, but don't think about the Indigenous population, don't think about the Black population, only further reinforces the structural racism within the service work and the social justice efforts. And so Elias is right, is to say, like, it helps when someone like me is in the room, and representation does matter. And that representation is important to say, hey, do you know that you're excluding this other population? And to really do this service work, we have to incorporate more more people. It's Latino means more than just what looks like me or whatever is in front of you or whatever is in your mind of what Latino means.
Thank you, Jay. Elias, your thoughts?
Yeah, so could you repeat the question again?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're talking about are the ways that in our own movement spaces,
Okay.
Amongst each other, we recreate these structures.
Right. Por eso empecé a prepararme en español primero. ¿Cuántos no nos están escuchando ahorita y no entender el idioma? O, yeah, there's definitely, I guess unintentionally, and as Jerez said, you know, we're all, I think we're all well-meaning people, and we want the best for everyone, and a lot of the times we don't see how we might be excluding people from spaces like this. So I think, yes, we need to be conscious about that and think about, again, I go back to the humanity of everyone, of the individual, who they are, where they come from, and how they see, how they understand their context in the world. And yeah, I think the nonprofits need to be more aware of that. And in the context where I work, U.S. organizations working in Guatemala, I stretch that we need to listen to the people. We need to, we can come up with missions and visions and strategic plans, but the input of those plans need to come first from the people that we're trying to serve, so that we are able to really meet their needs, if you know, that's one of our intentions.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, one of the things that I experienced in activism within the immigrant justice movement, right, was there would often be this like, the community is the community here, and then be like, but who gets to be in the community? Like, am I a part of the community? Are you? And like, what are we even talking about here, right? And then we started talking about the most impacted, and that was the language. Like, we need to center the most impacted. And so this conversation in our Latinx community and in the immigrant justice movement, it has been evolving, particularly and thankfully to the really hard work of the Dreamers, who came up as a generation that was resistant to a lot of the ways that we had been doing advocacy, right? And they were saying, we want to lead, we want to speak for ourselves. And they kind of like disrupted the movement in really important ways. But one of the things that I realized was, and Elias, I'm responding to this idea of like, good people with good intentions. And I know that as a 23-year-old who was totally intimidated by lobbying and talking to senators and Congress people, and like really nervous buying like ill-fitting blazers to fit in, like, you know, that was my mindset. I didn't know what I was participating in as I was doing it. And I think it was years later, as I got more advanced, really, and skilled, that I would find myself in these rooms in Washington, D.C., with 10 other organizers like me from around the country, and some lobbyists and some folks from like advocacy organizations, right? Very large ones. And we would be writing these bills. Do we want to include this provision that adds the criminalization language so that this senator will sign on, okay, by a show of hands? And I was sitting there perfectly with my US citizenship, right, voting on these things. And it caused me this pause to say, how does this happen? And as we started exploring it, one of the things that was clear was that in the nonprofit complex, industrial complex, like in that structure, the policies that make it so that we have to be careful about only employing people who are legally present meant that all those funding dollars were being put into the hands of salaries for legally present and US citizen Latinos. And that the majority of undocumented immigrants didn't have access to the jobs, the titles, the platforms they provided, or the salaries, right? But we're asking to collaborate at the same tables as though we were all on the same page, right? So that for me was an experience of the way the nonprofit plus philanthropy plus policy meant I was much more employable as an activist voice than my compa, who was undocumented, speaking an indigenous language, living and struggling at the front lines, but didn't have the platform I had. And that was structural. And I didn't mean that, but that's what happened, right? I want to take a pause and see, are there some last thoughts from our panel that you would like to share with the group as they go into this larger conversation about how to carry this lens as we move forward? Jure?
I know we're short on time, so I'll just make this brief and say that, you know, the challenges of structural racism and are great. However, you know, there are opportunities just with simple self-checking to push back against structural racism, right? And so I think, you know, just asking yourself as you do your social justice work, am I including everyone who could be disproportionately affected, right? Am I talking to people who might think differently from me? Am I including languages that are not my languages, but it's important? If my language is important and I push to have my language represented, are there other languages that should be represented, right? Asking, am I acting as a gatekeeper, right? Who am I othering or identifying as out group because they don't necessarily share every piece of the check marks to me for culture? Having those self-checks are ways, I think, that are opportunities to push back against structural racism in social justice work, right? Push back against anti-Blackness, push back against exclusion of indigenous populations in the Latinx and Latino Hispanic community, right? So I think there is great opportunity. Having this conversation, having an awareness, right, helps to strengthen the social justice work. And so, you know, those are sort of my final thoughts, is to not stop doing the work, but to just do the work more consciously.
Thank you, Dre. Last thoughts, Elias?
Yeah, and I totally agree with Jure here. And I just wanted to point out too that there's more work to be done. There's definitely more work to be done, and that we have this great opportunity to point out injustices happening in our world today. And what I see and what I also am so thankful about here is that we have the freedom in this country to do that, to point those injustices out, and we can do that, and we should fight for that, for those spaces to continue to exist. And in the Latino community, I want to say that we are, you know, family oriented, community oriented, hardworking oriented individuals. And so in any conversation that might be happening, all of these values must be reflected, because they are key values to our identity and our sense of purpose as Latinos. So thank you so much.
I'm so just stimulated by this conversation, and my head is exploding with so many things I want to talk about, and we're out of time. I've been so appreciative to be able to share this space with the both of you, and grateful to the organizers for introducing this platform and opportunity to have a really important conversation with our own community. So thank you so much.
Many thanks.
Thank you very much. This was a fantastic conversation. I think that's so many things to think about, to consider, to make changes, to make have those courageous conversations that cannot stop at a conversation. They need to end up in becoming changes, structural changes to make the system more equitable for everyone. So thank you so much to the panelists. And we don't want to continue before we thank our sponsors. They make this opportunity available for our community, and we allow the Latino Community Fund and Ser Familia to create a platform like this free of cost to participants. So thank you very much to the Georgia Power Foundation, the Georgia Division for Children and Family and Children's Services, DFACS, Voices for Georgia's Children, the Urbina Law Firm, Sun, Chase, and Fair Count. Thank you very much for supporting the work that we're doing. And now we are out to our first breakout. We're going to have two groups. The first one is going to go to DJ Pedro. Those of you that were with us last year, remember that we did a musical trivia that everybody loved. So some of you are gonna go with DJ Pedro, and the other group is gonna go with one of Ser Familia's counselors, members of the clinical team, that is gonna help us with an exercise of mindfulness. So, depending on what you selected, you're gonna be assigned to those rooms. If you don't end up in a room or end up, in the space and don't find your way, no worries. Our technical team is going to help you out. So out to the breakout rooms.
Yeah, they're finding people right now. that you find a quiet, dimly lit environment to practice box breathing. It isn't all necessary to perform the technique, but it can help you focus on the practice if you're new to it. Ideally, you want to repeat the box breathing cycle 4 times in one sitting. So again, that's probably what we'll do today just because of time. And then you can do box breathing several times throughout your day, just kind of as needed to help calm your nerves or to relieve any stress. I do have a video, so I'm going to see if someone can help me get that set up real quick. So you guys could just hold on. Okay.
There are times when we all
Okay,
experience
so
feelings
do you
of
all see the
stress or
video?
anxiety. In
Okay.
these moments, you can use your breath to help calm those feelings. Box breathing is a simple relaxation technique that can help you reset your breath and return to its normal rhythm. You can do it anywhere, anytime. Box breathing can help reduce stress and improve mood. It can also help with controlling and managing emotions. It's very easy to learn. Imagine breathing around a box. Inhale as you visualize going up one side of the box, gradually filling your lungs with air. When you reach the top, hold your breath for 1 to 5 seconds as you picture going across the top of the box. Exhale gradually as you imagine traveling down the other side of the box. Pause again for 1 to 5 seconds as you go along the bottom of the box. Then repeat. This can be done 7 to 10 times in a row, focusing on the breath. If you can do it sitting down with your feet grounded, that will help too. But really, it can be done anywhere. Box breathing has physiological and psychological benefits. Physiologically, it regulates breath, increases oxygen to the lungs, and can help reduce blood pressure and lower heart rate. Box breathing can help psychologically by providing focus to your breath and removing attention from the things that are causing feelings of stress and anxiety. The repetition of box breathing can also help reduce stress. So, in moments when feelings of stress and anxiety are overwhelming, remember box breathing and the power of your breath as a simple way to relax and breathe a bit easier.
Okay, so I will go ahead. Does anyone have any questions before we begin the exercise? So the idea is that you are imagining a box or a square and that you're going to inhale, traveling up the box, holding your breath as you go across the box, exhaling as you go down, and then pausing as you go across the bottom of the box. And a lot of times when we're doing breathing or if we're feeling anxious or stressful, having that image really helps us refocus instead of focusing on our thoughts that we may be having. So we can go ahead and start. If you want to leave your camera on or if you would prefer to have it off, whatever you feel more comfortable with. If you would like to close your eyes, you can close your eyes or leave them open. But if you want to just, put both feet on the ground and then kind of relax your shoulders, make sure your jaw isn't clenched, and whatever you need to do to just feel a little bit more relaxed. And just for this exercise, again, you'll be able to choose when you do it on your own, but just so that we're kind of in sync today, we'll just do it in increments of 3 since it's a little bit easier. And then we'll do it for a cycle of 4 times, and I'll kind of monitor that time so you don't have to do that. And so we'll just go ahead and get started. And again, just get in a position however you feel most comfortable. Okay, and then slowly you can begin to open your eyes back up, and just, if you would like to turn your camera back on, you can. But if I could just have maybe 1 or 2 people share their experience, maybe if you're new to box breathing or how that made you feel. I know that was a very short amount of time. And again, you can do that for as long as, whatever your body needs. Everybody's different. But if we could have maybe just like 1 or 2 people maybe share their experience of how that exercise was.
Well, I'll share. My name is Lily. I'm the executive director of We Love Buford Highway. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Antonella. It was really strange because I've never heard of the box breathing before. But what I found as the arrows were going up is my inhale, I pause a lot through my inhale. And that's like a stressor point. And so I feel like I'm holding my breath longer than the top of the box, if that makes sense. But like going through the whole thing visually, it really is really helpful. So thank you so much for that. I think, so what did you say was the recommended like rounds?
So typically people do 7 to 10 rounds, but again, you can do this anywhere. And so if you're maybe, someone who gets a little anxious being out in public, like just doing it, whatever really what you need, the recommended, just to kind of get, I guess that's physiological aspect of it, and to get like the blood flow kind of regulated and your heart rate regulated, they do recommend that you do it around 7 to 10 times. But again, it's all what your body may need. And thank you for sharing.
I would agree with Lily. I was too much in a hurry. I'm like, calm down, calm down. It's like I have to keep reminding myself, calm down. And then the holding the breath, I'm like ready to I'm like, slow down. So it's a reminder. I mean, I'm in my head, I'm going through each line and each arrow and seeing how slow they're going, but I want to go faster. So I need to remind myself, slow down. And I'm Mary Alicia, and I'm baby skim weight service coordinator. So thank you for that, Antonella.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experiences. And then since you guys were the first two to participate and give your insight and talk a little bit about your experience, we actually do have some prizes today that our sponsors have kindly given to us. So since you guys were the first two, I wrote your names down, and then we'll get in contact with you as far as the prizes. I think we still have, and Belisa or Gigi, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, I think I still have a little bit more time. So if one more person wanted to share.
Go ahead. Yes, you have 3 more minutes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So if anyone else wanted to maybe share their experience, or if they've used any other type of breathing technique, maybe how it was different, I would just love to hear what you guys thought about it.
This technique was new to me, so I work with special ed kids, and you always have techniques to calm them down, but this one is new. It's pretty cool, especially for kids, imagining those arrows,
Yes.
track them and keeps them at their pace. So that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of times we hear, like, especially with kids, like the counting sheet. So anything with numbers or having that visual aspect, anything to kind of redirect that focus from the thoughts that you may be having can really help too, rather than just regular like deep breathing. But having those increments, having the visual can all be different types of ways to refocus and ground somebody.
I would like to share something.
Yes.
So I have depression and anxiety, and like Maria Michelle
Maria
Alicia said, like, I also work with special needs kids. I'm the paramedic in Paulding County School District, and and I have autistic twins, and I work a lot with breathing techniques, and I think I have heard about this technique, but it helps me at least not calm just my bodies and just relax my shoulders, but also my mind.
Yeah.
It gives me time to just identify those muscles that are stressed and tense and just relax. Like, okay, then your jaw, like you said, like your jaw, or here, your shoulders, or at least like here, or just feel how the veins or the oxygen is going through your head. I'm more like a visual kind of, I don't know, I'm weird kind of thing, but it helps a lot. And most of the time I do it several times a day, because of my anxiety, I will just tend to have back pains, and it will just spread because of the tension. So yeah, and also I'm also visual person, but it kind of helped, like top, not this is so stressful, like what, wait. So it helps a lot to have like a visual cue to that. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for sharing. And also, if it's hard to imagine the box in your head, using your finger, you can do it like on a surface or even like on your other hand, just to kind of keep track, because sometimes you may be like, where was I, or get a little, confused. So that's just another little tip. And then,
so Ella, can I say something really quick?
Oh,
so
of course, yes.
Like, to me, it's like, it's the whole thing around wrapping around self-care, right? And whatever space you're in, we have to take care of ourselves first. And what's hard, I read something recently that said, make it portable. Like, things like this are portable, they're quick, they're not complex, but they're super effective. So even that theory of just keeping chapsticks in your car, keeping water next to you, whatever those little tricks are. So it's like right at your reach is the perfect thing. So thank you. This is so cool. I really like this.
Agreed.
Thank you.
And it is portable in our hands.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. I think that's all the time that I have today, but thank you so much for joining this breakout, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the Latino Summit. And it was nice interacting with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonella.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Welcome everyone back. We'll be starting our next panel in 1 minute. We have over 100 people. Thank you so much.
Jero, ¿me oyen?
I'm over here at Berry College. I had to jump in a new site. I've actually got a light in my car that's like 5 minutes away. Are you okay with the way it looks?
Welcome back. And you have enjoyed some of our, little glitches of the virtual world. It happens to the best of us. So we have heard our voices, and as we get ready for the next panel. Our next panel is going to be a look at the current baseline. What are the realities of the Latino and Latinx community in Georgia? After 20 months into the pandemic, what has happened so far? And what is that we can do collectively to ensure the well-being of our families and our communities? The pandemic has brought new challenges to the Latino community, bringing up attention to their disadvantaged position to access even basic resources like physical and mental health, food, rental assistance, a safe place to live. So many of our Latino families in Georgia were in a fragile state before all of this started in March 2020. But the pandemic has exacerbated those needs and has really shown us, how many inequities existed, that there was not enough attention being put into, looking at them and trying to fix them. We all know that COVID-19 has disproportionately affected our Latinos, especially those who are undocumented or who live in mixed status families, like it is the reality of most of our children and youth. During the last 20 months, we have seen leaders in our community make important decisions to protect the most vulnerable residents of our state. These decisions have not been exempt from controversy, from mask mandates to vaccination. Many instances, these decisions become life-saving for our essential workers and their families, but created a lot of heartache and grief for the people that were involved in the process. We want to have a conversation now with some of these leaders. This conversation is intending to help all of us understand not only the issues that we have seen so far as a result of the pandemic, but also comprehend the magnitude of what is currently unfolding and is yet to become clear to many of us or those who are not in our sector. What about the deterioration of family relationships? Ser Familia in 2020 saw 112% more cases of domestic violence. And sadly, is a trend that we are seeing is still happening this year. This is not exclusive to us. We have seen other organizations that work also in a domestic violence space within the Latino community and within other communities see the same trends. What about the consequences of the overcrowding of homes because our families were not able to afford rent? Many times, the way the money and the funds that came from the federal government were appropriated precluded our undocumented and mixed status families to apply for them. So now in the same spaces, instead of having one family, we're having 2, 3, 4 families. And this overcrowding has brought many problems. One of the less well-known is the exponential increase in cases of child sexual abuse. As the kids have become in contact with many more adults, sadly, the kids are usually abused by people they know. And now they are exposed to more adults that could potentially abuse them. Ser Familia has seen this year 231% more referrals for child sexual abuse. And we know that it is also not unique to us. What about the education gap that has become more evident in Latino kids than in children of other races and ethnicities? And our concern that there might be a potential massive increase in dropout rates in our Latino youth. So how about the long-term consequences of COVID-19 on those who got sick, what it is called long COVID, the exacerbation of mental and emotional health issues. We have seen 78% more referrals for mental health, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety as the year has unfolded. So we have a fantastic group of leaders that we're going to have a conversation. They represent different sectors that have had such an important influence, throughout all of this emergency. First, we have Dr. Brianna Woods-Jaeger. Dr. Woods-Jaeger is a licensed clinical psychologist, and she's also an assistant professor of behavioral, social, and health education science at Emory University. We have conducted several studies with Dr. Woods-Jaeger and her group, and we're going to share a little bit more about that in the panel. We also are joined by Dr. Flavia Rossi, who is a pediatrician. She works at Affinity Pediatrics in Tifton, Georgia. The perspective of a pediatrician working in rural Georgia. And last, but certainly not least, we have the pleasure of having Dr. Grant Rivera. Dr. Rivera is the Marietta City School Superintendent, and his leadership has been so important for our families throughout the pandemic. So thank you so much for being part of this conversation. And my first question would be probably for Dr. Rivera. Dr. Rivera, what had been a decision that you made that you thought it was a success, and a decision that you probably had encountered more resistance because of the decision you made? Is it a decision that was met with more resistance, or a decision that was more difficult to make? Tell us a little bit more about being in your shoes. As a member of your community, and many of my clients are kids and families from Marietta City Schools, I absolutely admire the way that you conducted yourself and your team throughout this emergency. So tell us a little bit more about being Dr. Rivera and leading Marietta City Schools in the midst of the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you, Belisa. I'm honored to be with you and my colleagues on this panel and others that have joined. I'll say it's interesting. I want to talk to you about the academic impact and how we've navigated with families, helping our Latino community understand all the complexities that came with learning loss and learning opportunity. And I'll answer your question specifically about kind of a controversial decision, but set the stage for a moment. I am a superintendent. I'm fortunate enough to have resources in terms of experts that are around us, and yet every single day I've lived in the COVID world, I've lived in the learning loss world for the last 18 months, and it still gets confusing for me. And think about our families who are juggling families and work and everything that comes with that. and how complex is it for families to understand? And then you layer potentially a language dynamic on top of it. This has been exceptionally confusing and I think alienating for many in our Latino community. And I'll share with you to answer the controversial question. This past Saturday, we held our first vaccine clinic for students ages 5 to 11. In Marietta, we've hosted 17 previous vaccine clinics. And it was interesting, the protesters, the complaints, the criticism that we got. For me, it was very simple. It was about what steps can we make to help our families navigate through the complexities of COVID and everything else. How do we help families and children remain in school? Because quite candidly, if you look at our attendance records and look at the impact of quarantine that has disproportionately hit our Latino community. And for me, it was about healthcare equity and access. And how do we build that bridge to keep our children in classes? Everyone on this call, I think, can understand and agree wholeheartedly that our under-resourced students have been disproportionately impacted around learning loss, around healthcare equity, healthcare access, and it's just been a land of incredible confusion. But I think for us, I don't really care about the protesters. What I care about are making sure that our families know there is a safe place where we can get them access, in this case, to a COVID shot, if that's what they want, and that can be a bridge to more normalcy and more consistency in attending school.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Rivera. This is exactly, what I was referring to, because we have encountered, the same resistance in some instances. And we feel so grateful for your leadership and for all you have done for our kids and our families within the Marietta City Schools space. So Dr. Rossi, to you, many times we don't look at rural Georgia. We are here in Metro Atlanta and we don't understand the many more inequities and difficulties that our families encounter when they live outside of Metro Atlanta than they live in rural Georgia. We were blessed to connect with you through the pandemic, Ser Familia, and the opportunity you gave us to bring messages in Portuguese for our Brazilian community was fantastic. And we were able to connect with you and have conversations with you about the issues that you were seeing and that worried you. So tell me a little bit more about what you saw as a pediatrician in rural Georgia, as a medical professional in rural Georgia, taking care of our Latinos families and their children. What things were something that you will remember, and you probably decisions that you made, situations you encountered that you would like to share?
Yes, it has been a very long road since COVID started. We're all, in the medical community, exhausted. In Little Tifton, Georgia, which is about 3 hours south of Atlanta, we were one of the hot spots for the country during the Delta strain when that came around in July and August. So my clinic, there is 11 providers in my clinic. It's a large clinic. And what we cover about 12 to 13 different counties in South Georgia. There's not a lot of pediatricians. So a lot of people drive to see us maybe an hour and a half. So when we got, in the Alpha strain, the first strain that came around when COVID started, kids weren't that sick. They got COVID, but we didn't see like kids coming in all, from, side effects or problems with COVID. They did okay. But when the Delta strain hit, we were bombarded and we had so many people in Tifton with COVID that we didn't have enough providers out of the 11 of us to see as many, sick patients that we had. In rural Georgia, we don't have any specialists for pediatrics. So that was a challenge. And any kid that needed cardiology or needed ICU care that we couldn't provide in our hospital here, we were, shipping or transferring them to other hospitals. But then the other hospitals were also full. So that was challenging, trying to get a transfer in for a kid that needed it. And we called Macon, we would call Atlanta, we would call, Augusta, even Savannah, and nobody had any availability to admit our patients. So we sometimes had to keep patients in our hospital until we can get a bed, which, was challenging because we don't have all the resources we need for ICU care for a pediatric patient. But that, after that died down in September, we started, because I feel like everyone, a lot of people in Tifton had COVID at the same time. So we had a huge peak, and then we started seeing a decline. And to speak on things that could have made Tifton a hotspot this time around was our schools never shut down. Masks were not enforced at our school. And I feel like a lot of that in the community, in I don't know about Atlanta, but in South Georgia, nobody wants to wear a mask. People just gave up on everything. Social distancing, I think people just let their guard down. And there was a big hesitancy about vaccinations. And it's a daily struggle that I deal with, is trying to get people vaccinated. And there's so much misinformation out there in online, or, people talk to each other and they don't know, they hear, I've heard like all kinds of stories about, well, the vaccine can do this, and so got this from the vaccine that, is not true. So a lot of my job is to talk to my patients, especially my Latino families, and discuss with them what is, good information, what is bad information, where to get the resources for good information so they can do their own research, because everybody wants to do their own research. And if you just Google it, you're not going to get a good, legitimate source of information. So that's been a couple of the struggles I've seen.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Rossi, for all of you have done to help us educate our community and bring the message out there. Dr. Woodsjager, we have been very lucky and blessed to have you as part now, I feel like, as part of Ser Familia's team. We have been working so much before the pandemic, but then during the pandemic, in helping us conduct studies. First of all, on how the mental health and well-being of our Latinos, and our undocumented Latinos specifically, was faring with the pandemic. And also you guys explored, how the different immigration laws were affecting that mental well-being. And then you started exploring, Ser Familia make the decision never to close its doors. So during the pandemic, we have been in person each and every day. And we wanted to hear from the staff that was on the front lines, what worked for them, what lessons can we learn, into the future in how to protect, frontline workers in situations like this, because sadly this could happen again in the future. So Dr. Woodsjager, share with us some of those, things that you learned as part of the different research projects that you guys have been conducting along with Ser Familia, and what have we learned from that?
Yeah, well, thank you, Belisa. It's an honor to be a part of this panel and to continue partnering with you. It's been such a great partnership, and I think we've learned a lot, and we're constantly working, right? There's so much to do. So I would say kind of in the first sort of area, just sort of what we learned around mental health that was, I don't know if we want to say surprising or just really informative for us when we think about priorities. Echoing some of what's already been shared, the fear and confusion is so high, right? And there's so many decisions that families are having to make on a daily basis where there's two bad options, right? And so there's all of this strain on families, on communities, and it's definitely taking a toll on mental health. So what we saw were extremely high rates of depression and PTSD among parents, undocumented parents, or mixed status families. And of course, we know that then impacts the whole family. And then what we started to really look at is like what's associated with that. And of course, we expected the pandemic related stressors would be associated with that. But what we found was, as you mentioned, the immigration policy effects were really strongly associated with mental health problems. And this was really related to fears of threats to their family well-being, being separated from their family, their children not being safe or able to access resources. These things were really driving a lot of the fear and the stress that parents were experiencing. And so for us, when we see that, we know we need to get more services, right? So access to mental health services is really critical, but we also need to start thinking about policy as mental health interventions, like the policies that are in place that are increasing all of this stress, but then also what are policies we can put in place or resources we can put in place to mitigate the harm. And one of the other things on the positive side that we learned was the strength of community to intervene. And so we heard a lot about how community organizations like Ser Familia were really coming in to fill the gap in federal and local resources that many of these families were not able to access, either due to policies that restricted them from accessing it, or fears of accessing it would then put them and make them vulnerable for like the public charge rule or things like that. So we had both the fear and the the actual restriction from policy. So the fact that so many organizations like Ser Familia expanded their scope of services, so starting to provide food assistance, things that were really those basic needs that families needed, it was humbling to see, but also imagine put a big strain on those community organizations. So then, like you mentioned, we started to look at, okay, so how are frontline workers doing all this? Like, how are they coming in, meeting all these needs, and, of course, having their own experiences in this context that we're all living in. And what we heard that was really important for the frontline workers to do their job was employer flexibility. So being able to work with their employer. So in this case, working with Ser Familia to really, if I need to stay home to take care of my child, but I'm still doing my work, can I do that? And that being available to them really increased their flexibility to do what they needed to do, including stay engaged with their work. Really having those strict safety policies was a lot of comfort is what we heard. So knowing that you had PPE available, knowing that you were in an environment where that was taken seriously and where you weren't going to have to worry about if everyone's on board with that was something that we heard was really important in terms of decreasing stress. And both of these things also, we heard a lot of increase their motivation to keep going and do all these extra things that they were having to do. And so we heard a lot about the purpose and the connection they felt being part of something bigger and really being able to have an impact on the Latino community. So those are some of the things that we heard that we really see as strengths to build on as we think about what's in front of us, which is this really daunting level of mental health need, and really thinking about how to leverage the resources we have to meet it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brianna, for that. I think that, yes, it is daunting what we see in terms of mental health, and we'll talk about a little bit more about that in a second, but the numbers that we are seeing and also the lack of available services for our families is one of the biggest concerns that we have. And, we need to have more of, every time somebody says, oh, Ser Familia is the only one that does this, I cringe. That's not a good thing. We need more. And during the pandemic, many of the things that happened that I could say were those very few silver linings was the coordination of services. The Latino Community Fund did a great job in putting all of us on the same page, the different providers, and helping, allowing us to help each other. And now when I look back and I saw that so many, yesterday I was doing a presentation on staff safety during an emergency like this. And you mentioned, ensuring that, the safety of my staff was front and center every day. Every day was like, okay, what do I need to do to keep them safe? Because I was very much aware that when they woke up every morning, that was in the front of their eyes, that concern. And when they went into the streets and there was nobody out there and they knew they were one of the very few that were working in person, I thought it was my responsibility to ensure that they were okay, that they were safe. And we were lucky enough so far, because we are not out of the woods yet, to not have an outbreak in any of our offices. But I know that we were afforded some resources that other agencies did not have. And then other staff from many other agencies, they were outbreaks, and they were serious outbreaks, many times not because leadership did not care, because there were no resources. They did not have the opportunity of taking care of their staff in the same manner. So we have explored where are we, up to here, how did we get here, the things that had happened. So now looking into the future, the first part of the question would be, what worries you? What is, coming up in that you see as you look into the future, and you get worried about that? And I will go back to Dr. Rivera, because my concern, and I have shared this many times, is that we're going to lose a lot of our Latino children from the school rosters. Some of the other, school systems like Fulton and DeKalb are already reporting children missing from their school rosters. And my concern is that whenever we see, and we do a deep dive in those numbers, the ones missing are going to be predominantly Latino children, that they feel conflicted between going back to school after the big educational gap they have now, and helping their families, survive in the financial situation the family is. So what worries you, Dr. Rivera, as we look into the future after all of these months into the pandemic? What are your concerns?
Yeah, and I may flip it a little bit, Belisa, and say I'll acknowledge the concerns and I'll share with you where I have incredible hope. So as we talked about the last 18 months, there have been many different touch points that we've had with our Latino community where we're building trust, building relationships, and making school not just a place for learning, but a place for the whole family. And I'll just give you a couple quick examples to illustrate this, because it does give me hope. When we handed out Chromebooks to every single child, our Latino communities came through a drive-through line and got one. They got one, they got two, they got three, they got five. When they needed a hotspot for internet, we gave it to them. When they needed meals, we gave it to them. When families and parents needed COVID shots last spring, we drove through. In fact, I was so proud because the day that we did our COVID, we hosted it at our high school, where our staff volunteered to do it along with medical staff. We hosted a vaccine clinic for families, not staff, not kids, families. And in a school district where 39% of our families identify as Hispanic, 37% of those who came through that day were Hispanic. And so we have touch points with Chromebooks and COVID, and we have vaccine shots, and we have touch points with meals and hotspots. As a district, we have committed to building upon that relationship of trust so that way schools are a safe place and this district is a caring place and this community is a caring place, that our hope going forward is that we can continue these touch points. So therefore we can bring our families in. I will tell you that in Marietta, we have not seen any dip in enrollment. Part of that's because we had to get creative. So at our elementary schools, we had to explain to families, while we give you a Chromebook and a hotspot and meals and maybe even a COVID shot, like let's talk about why your child needs to be in school. But at our high school, I'll be honest with you, we started a new program where kids who needed to work 40 hours a week to support their families could attend school in person and virtually at night. That didn't exist pre-pandemic. So I think for us, it's about standing in the gap, Belisa, of all the work that you and your colleagues do. How do we leverage the resources that we have? How do we build upon the relationships and the sense of trust that we have? So therefore, we can acknowledge where there have been learning gaps, where we may have families who are fearful about coming back into a building. And we can really say to them, like, listen, we've been on this journey together. We've held hands together. We've not just taught your child how to read, but we cared for mom and dad and every other parent and every other person in your household. Like, we're here as a family. We're here as a community. Can we leverage these resources and continue to move forward and address those things that will be more long-term, like learning loss and potentially other dynamics that our children are feeling? So like, that's our hope. Like, I have incredible hope that we have demonstrated, our actions were a lot louder than our words over the last 18 months. Again, I say we've had no dip in enrollment. And what does that mean going forward? I think it gives us a great place to continue to wrap our arms around our Latino community.
Certainly. And I like where your mind is, because that was going to be the second part of the question. What gives you hope? And I love that you put it out there, because I am a witness, because we have partnered with you for several of those opportunities. That food project was so important in the moment of the biggest need. The Marietta City Schools families knew that they were being taken care of, that collectively there was an effort to ensure that there was food on the table. And I have spoken to a couple of your staff members on the project, of allowing the kids to work and go to school at the same time. That is fantastic, because that takes into account the realities that we are collectively seeing that are the ones that are affecting our kids and family more. So thank you for putting that out there. Dr. Rossi, what are your concerns and what gives you hope? I think that Dr. Rossi, you're muted. Okay, we might have lost the connection for a second, so I'm going to go to Dr. Woodschager and then go back to Dr. Rossi to ensure that we get her perspective. So Brianna, what, from everything that you have learned so far and you have experienced so far, what is your concern and what is something that gives you hope?
Yeah, so I think, one of my biggest concerns as a, clinician myself is just that the mental health need is high and we have a mental health shortage, workforce shortage. So we don't have enough people. And there's so many barriers, especially for families that, again, some of the things I talked about in terms of accessing other healthcare definitely applies to mental health care as well. So those are my concerns. I want to say I also have a lot of hope through partnerships like ours and through what I've seen both from the parents that we were, honored to be able to learn from in our study, as well in terms of how much people want to come together and find solutions. So I think that we're exploring with you all a lot of innovative approaches such as promotora models for mental health services, and how can we really do more outreach to get these services to families, and thinking about different levels of service, right? And like what really needs to be provided when, how can we work with schools and really think about being more integrated, accessible there. So I think there's a lot of promise, and I think people are more willing to consider some of these models. We had to do a lot during the pandemic in terms of telemental health and things like that. And so I think now people have really stretched in terms of how we're thinking about providing mental health services and support. So that encourages me. And I would say particularly among the young people, and the energy and then the mental health literacy in that population is really high. And so there's a lot more openness, I think, to mental health services and supports. How we do that community-wide is going to be, our next step, and really think about things like stigma, and also some of the, stressors that we talked about that are really structural, right? That a mental health treatment isn't going to address in and of itself. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to get creative, but I am hopeful. I see a lot of partnerships that have formed that are unique, innovative partnerships to do some of this work that I think are going to last. And so I think we're going to be able to move into a space where we can kind of move beyond some of the barriers that we've had in the past in terms of providing high quality services for families.
And Belisa, if I could comment on Dr. Woods-Yeager, you said something that I think is so critically important, and that is, for the first time ever, public schools have had an influx of money, right? So this federal money that has come, and I think to your point, how can we create new and different partnerships to leverage the mental health expertise that we've never had in schools before, now that we have the resources to do it? And I think that's where, like, as you talk, I get so, again, hopeful about leveraging that, because we've got to connect with the people and the resources, because these needs are immediate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much for that, because I think that we have to be cognizant that all of the services that we provide are dependent on funding. One of my board members always says, no money, no mission. And he's absolutely right. We might have, all of the good intentions, but, we need to have the money to make all of that work. And I think that one of the things that we need to work on as we move forward is to ensuring a little bit more of funding equity. There are some agencies that are very small agencies that have done incredible work during this pandemic and have become so vital in their communities they serve. So that, how do we ensure that those agencies that have been doing the work receive, funding, so that we can empower them to grow, to become sustainable, to become partners in the work, in equal terms? Because sometimes in our world, partnership is a word that doesn't mean the same thing for everybody. And, I'm always big on ensuring that whenever we do a partnership, if there's funding, and it need to be, shared among the different, players in that space. So Dr. Rossi, now that we have you, what things are your concerns after, all of these months into the pandemic? What are your main concerns and what gives you hope? You're muted, Dr. Rossi.
Okay, can you hear me? Sorry, I had some technical difficulties. So the concern for me is that how long can medical healthcare workers continue to work, day and night straight to take care of these patients? My concern, I have a lot of colleagues that, are burnt out, and nurses, and respiratory therapists. It's not just the doctors, it's everyone, medical staff, who are just working, nonstop for a year and a half. So I'm concerned about the new Delta strain that's coming around. that's called the Delta Plus. It is going to be here probably around Christmas. It spread. So I'm concerned about what that's going to bring to us, especially, in my community where our superintendent doesn't feel as strongly as the medical community does. I have had many conversations with him about how important masks are and how we recommend that in schools. Vaccine, of course, but I'm concerned that our students will end up getting COVID. We're going to be a hotspot again in the country. And then I'm also concerned about our patients, just echo the other speakers. Mental health, I've never seen so much depression and anxiety ever in kids and teenagers. I do have kids that worry about, the families, especially Latino families that, don't have a lot and don't have a lot of resources. So they tell me they're anxious because they don't know if their mom will have enough money to buy them food or, whatever, having internet at home, they're trying here, but we live in rural Georgia. So the internet, is not great anyways for the people that live outside of Tifton. So I worry about, lots of things. I worry about the long haulers, the people that have COVID and did okay. And then they end up with, heart problems later on, or, there's so many different things. Anxiety. I mean, there's a lot of anxiety related to people that had COVID for some reason. I think that until we are able to have the resources we need in rural Georgia, like we have some counselors, but they're all full. To get a counselor appointment, it takes about a month or two. We have a lot of suicidal patients too that increased as well. So it is hard and our closest place for a psych ward, for example, is Savannah. That takes kids. So that is a strain on the family, admitting a inpatient, a child to an inpatient psych care is 3 hours away. So that has been really difficult for us. But I think that's, and I worry about, the misinformation out there and just people not understanding the importance of taking the COVID vaccine and how that can help their kids.
Mm-hmm. And I do understand that the realities and the concerns of our families in rural Georgia are certainly much more difficult, intense than those here in Metro Atlanta. So is there anything that gives you hope that you think,
Yes.
Okay, if we have this path, it's going to get better in this area?
Yes. So I have hope that, with education, I try to do my part every single day. Education will have people understand the importance of COVID vaccine. So when we do have another wave of it coming through,
I think that we got, we have, as you very well understand, we are having some difficulties when it comes to connection with Dr. Rosie because of the same things that she has explained. So this is certainly, a good example of how much easier, we have it as providers and our families, sometimes even in the midst of this difficulty, have it here in Metro Atlanta, as opposed to, those families and providers in rural Georgia. So I think that we have talked a lot about the power of partnerships and how important those partnerships have been in the midst of this pandemic and the many difficulties that we have encountered and that our families have struggled with. So let's talk about the future. What can we collectively do to help ensure that the future of our families is brighter than they are able to eventually come out of this, emergency? In our case, we have been doing a lot of advocacy. Gigi and I have been talking to everybody about a month ago when we realized that we had $0 if an undocumented family walked, through our doors to pay rent in an emergency. We started calling everybody that we could think of. We have no money. We need to we need to find, additional resources, and we called funders and partners and donors. And then when we started getting money, it has been a constant communication. Okay, this is what I have, this is what you have. And, ensuring that we create those equitable opportunities for families that might be in a difficult position. In our case, has been also outreach, doing a lot of outreach and more collective work with the consulates. When it comes to, many times we get families in a case of a mental health crisis or a domestic violence crisis or sexual abuse case, and families speak a Imagine dialect. How do I get somebody reliable that can help me work with that crisis right then and there if nobody in my staff is able to speak the dialect that the family is their language of their main language. So what can we do as we look into the future, Dr. Rivera? What we can collectively do to ensure that our families start faring better?
Yeah. I have two thoughts, Lisa. I think the first is we have to recognize that the needs of each family, I don't think we can speak about our Latino community in a broad stroke. Mm-hmm. Like the needs within our community are as unique as the faces of each children, right? And I think part of what we have a responsibility to do is recognize that each of those needs is unique and different, and adjust our resources accordingly. I think that's my first thought. Let's not treat the individuals as the whole. Right? Let's recognize them as individuals and what they bring and their needs are. I think the other thing really speaks to what's happening today, and I feel so strongly about this in Marietta. There has got to be a high degree of collaboration among those that want to serve and support. So, I think the reality is that if everybody on this call mobilized in the right way, then it would be possible for everyone who's attending this summit to be able to make a tangible impact tomorrow for children and for adults and for the larger community. And the individuals that make up that community. And I think for me, as I think back over the last 18 months, there's a lesson learned. When we tried to figure out how best to serve our Latino community, we had the head of transportation, the head of meals, the head of technology, the head of academics, everybody, our lead nurse, we were all in a room together and we said, how do we comprehensively address this as opposed to address this in 10 different silos? And I think for us, it's about how do we continue to collaborate with Ser Familia and LCF and others to make sure that we are addressing these needs and leveraging all the resources, talent, time, and effort that everyone could bring to this. Like Dr. Rossi said, right? 18 months, the medical community is exhausted. I'm going to tell you this, our teachers are exhausted. And yet the reality is that we got to give 110% effort today, tomorrow, and every day going forward. And I think if we can collectively, if we can collaborate and pull together resources, what would that look like in a way that can move the needle further and faster? And I think that's our priority, is we have got to, this pandemic brought us together in ways that we never had experienced before. We can't lose that as we imagine what the future looks like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that. I agree, there is a collective medical personnel, they have been heroes, especially in rural areas when there are less of them and they need to do more with less resources. And teachers, teachers have done a lot, at some point they were teaching virtually and in person. So I see that the importance of all of those frontline workers that were there to ensure, that our families had somewhere to go, somebody to talk to. So Dr. Rossi, I shared with our participants that, what you're experiencing as a provider is what all families experience, is the unreliability of the broadband access and internet access in rural Georgia. Thank you for the effort that you have done to connect to this summit and for hanging on with us to ensure that your voice and your expertise is here. What can we do collectively to ensure that our families are faring better? I think you're muted, Dr. Rossi.
Sorry. Anything that you guys could, as Ser Familia, could potentially help? We talked about maybe coming down here in Tifton and doing just a session just for Latino families and know what the resources are, because I think a lot of times, even if there are resources for them, they don't know about it. and it's, and especially in a small town, there isn't much to begin with. And then, so I think spreading the word to them, I would be happy to get, I see most of the Latino families because I'm the only pediatrician that speaks Spanish in this area. So I think, any resource, anything you guys, are willing to help us with, we don't have much here. So for them. So thank you for everything you guys do. It's been really nice to connect with you guys and learning about what Ser Familia does for Latino families is very special.
Thank you, Dr. Rossi. And you know that, something is going to come, something good is going to come out of all of this. So, we're hatching it. Thank you. Brianna, and how about your what you have seen, from a completely different perspective, because you're certainly part of the academia, but also by being ingrained in all of this great work that you do of looking at our community and trying to understand what is important for them. What is it that you believe, also as a mental health services provider, what is it that you believe that we need to do collectively to ensure that our Latino families are going to be doing better?
Yeah, so I think a couple of things come to mind. The first one is, I think, really listening and hearing families. And so part of what, and I know we talked about this, that we were so, as a research team, humbled and surprised was how willing families were to engage in research during the pandemic, right? And coming from academia where there's understandable mistrust, but obviously partnering with you, I think really facilitated that. But what we heard, we actually had a question on our surveys or anything else you want to share that we haven't asked. And what we heard from families was, thank you for asking us these questions. Thank you for caring to ask these questions. And so I really think the more that we're listening to families and communities and being community-led in our responses is so critical. And coming from academia, where often it's more academic-led, I think we really have to shift. So that's one thing, I think, really listening. The other thing is, I think, having a focus as we're thinking about partnerships and leveraging resources and funding that is coming in now on capacity building. How do we make sure that what we're doing is sustainable and that we're really leaving things that can grow and be nurtured by the community? So we're not kind of coming in with a new program and the program's over. And, so from a mental health perspective. So really thinking about what are different ways that we can really be building capacity, building those networks and partnerships. And like I said, I'm excited about like promotora and lay provider models. I'm excited about partnering with schools and just thinking more creatively about how we can do that. And I have hope. I think there's a lot of people willing to do that. I'm going to be following up with several folks on this panel today about, ways we could think about that, because I agree there's such a need, but I think there is like a lot of opportunity in that as well in terms of coming together.
Thank you. And now obviously the data is not out yet, but we have been conducting a study on our Latino youth. What is it that they think? What is it that they feel? How are they faring in all of this? So I think this is going to be a great opportunity, to get more information and to also inform, as you very well said, services to them, because we have been listening in. I was privy actually to one of those focus groups, and it was fantastic. The conversation was very good. I learned a lot. It was interesting to just let them talk and just listen to what they had to say. And I thought it was great. So more to come on that. We will be sharing that data as soon as the study is complete and the data is aggregated. And I think that you're right. We have to look at opportunities of new partnerships. Very early on the pandemic, we did several collaborations. One of them was with WellStar Health System, in which they funded a promotora, COVID-19 promotora within our staff. And we allowed one of our staff to get certified as a promotora on COVID-19. And her work in the community, not only facilitating vaccination opportunities, but also providing education. We have been able to do a lot in terms of providing information along with the Latino Community Fund, and also sharing, what are you doing? What resources do you have? Can I borrow that? I created this piece of, video or visuals, you can use it. Here is the link. So I think that many more collaborations need to be created, but really, thinking outside of the box. Is there any questions for our panelists? Feel free to put it on the chat box. We have somebody monitoring that. I have one here that it says, it is hard for parents to work and at the same time support their children and make sure that they stay in school and keep them interested with all of this, uncertainty and anxiety. What are some ideas, to help them in the process? So I know, Dr. Rivera, that you have done a lot in that space. How can we help these parents navigate and be able to support their children in school? Because I know that parents are struggling.
Yeah. So I'll answer that question first, just like my visionary dream, and then I'll get back into like where we are today in Marietta. So I have a colleague of mine, an old friend of mine who is, he started something called Ed Navigator, and he started in New Orleans. And the belief was the hospitality industry in New Orleans should give families paid time off to be engaged in their child's education. And this has then blossomed to other cities. And like we've explored it here in Marietta, which is, could we ever get to a place, not just, listen, there's a conversation about what day-to-day looks like, and I'll get to that next, but could we ever get to a place where employers state as a priority, just like health insurance and just like, payroll, they state as a priority for those employees who have families who are school age, how do we allow them to lean into their child's education and make that a benefit, just like everything else, right? And what's happened in New Orleans is very inspiring for us here in Marietta. How could we get to a place where families were empowered and encouraged and given paid time off to lean into their child's education? That's like a long-term vision. You talk about what those partnerships would look like and what we would do with that time. But I think right now, in the here and now, I will say we're trying to keep it very, very simple. And that is, what are the critical things that families need to know and be able to do when they have 5 minutes or 10 minutes with their child? And I think for us in Marietta, as we've tried to bridge the gap around technology and internet access, what we've done is put things online. I don't care if any family, regardless of their background, knows AP Calculus. I only care if they know if their kid knows AP Calculus. And I'll take you all the way back down. I don't care if a family can read English. I only care if they can sit next to their child while we give them something online at home. They can do it to practice, the child can practice reading. So I think the idea becomes, how do we recognize that families are in different places with their own abilities? And then how do we build a bridge from home to school, so families' responsibility is to support their child as they do that work? And we eliminate this idea, listen, I can't stand math night when we try to teach families math. That's ridiculous. I don't care if the family knows math. I care if they're sitting next to their child and their child knows math. So then how we think about day-to-day activities when families' time is precious and sacred, and we get through all these complexities. What's the one thing I want every single family to do tonight when they sit with their child? And we've really tried to leverage technology. We've tried to leverage every other resource that we have. And then I think there's a long-term vision, which is not just about what do families do day to day, but how do we truly create a partnership between employers and schools so families can be authentically engaged for the long term.
Thank you. The other question comes to Dr. Rossi. Dr. Rossi, what are there any concrete opportunities that we can provide you specifically and communities in rural Georgia that can help you in terms of putting the message out there? Are there materials? Are there visuals that we can create and help you out? What collectively here as organizations in Metro Atlanta we can do to empower you and help you in your quest of educating families?
That's a tough one. So I think the biggest hurdle that I find in my daily, practice is getting the Latino family, because, they're not on Facebook that much, they're not online as much as, their kids are, but the parents, I have a lot of parents that don't speak, any English whatsoever. So I feel like they are kind of like out of the loop when we come, I go on my Facebook. There's lots of information that I put on there about vaccines and all that, but it doesn't reach that population. You know what I mean? But it will reach the American, English speaking, because my messages will get shared and shared and shared. Like I had one that was shared like 100 times in Tifton. So that message got across about vaccines, but I'm still trying to figure out what is the best way to get the Latinos that are not on social media the information. And I don't know if like me handing out flyers or, you know, websites for them to, when they come in the office, I'm not sure what the best, or, you know, mailing letters. I'm not sure what the best, most effective, I haven't figured that out yet, the most effective way to get the word out to those, besides me talking to them when they come in, but they only sometimes come in once a year for their checkups. So any ideas that anybody has, I will be happy to entertain them, because, and, you know, if you guys have done that in, you know, Metro Atlanta, and how do you reach those parents that, you know, are not on social media or not computer savvy or don't speak any English? How do we get to them?
Perfect. So we'll get, you know, certainly we will do a brainstorming session with one of the very smart people that I have here in this group, so that we can find ways of really helping you out in that. So there is somebody in one of the Facebook groups offering, you know, some materials and information. They are from the Coastal Children's Advocacy Center. So we will certainly follow up with that and ensure that those are shared appropriately. So Brianna, one of the things that we always talked about is that we know that there is a lot of need in terms of mental health, but we don't have enough providers. Certainly the disparity between the number of providers that speak Spanish and are able to serve the Latino community, and the very high numbers of Latino youth that suffer from depression and anxiety, which is much higher than kids from any other races here in the state, and certainly is one of the highest nationally, creates a constant conundrum for all of us. You know, as I have to hire constantly clinicians, you know, it is a struggle because we are always trying to get, you know, qualified staff from a very, very small pool. We just hired the services of a psychiatrist that speaks Spanish. He's the native Colombian, and he is able to, you know, his specialty is children and adolescents. But as far as we know, he is one of two. There's only two of him in the state. And he is very young, very capable, you know, doctor, and we're happy to have him. But how do we create? What are some ideas that we can use to create more capacity?
Yeah, so I think there's kind of two things. I think of like the long-term vision is we really have to think about the pipeline and starting early, you know, and, you know, I would even say elementary school, but definitely like, you know, middle and high school, introducing this profession, and that this is an area that folks can go into. This is what you can do, and really starting to think about then that pipeline to get folks, if they want to be a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a social worker, you know, whatever area they want to go into to be able to address mental health. So I think that's one kind of long-term vision. I think immediately, you know, like I said, I'm so excited about what we're going to be embarking on next year in terms of having learning collaboratives around certain mental health services, and starting to think about what do we need clinicians to do, like licensed clinicians, and what can we have promotoras or more lay providers provide to really expand our reach. And we've done this internationally. So this is a model that works where we can train and consult with lay providers and actually see the same outcomes in mental health interventions that we see with clinicians, if they're getting that expert training and consultation while they're delivering it. And it's really allowed, you know, to expand the reach. We don't have that model as much here in the States yet. I'm hoping that, you know, folks are going to start considering that more. And again, it's not that like every issue can be addressed that way, but I think as we start to expand and think about different levels of service and different ways to reach people, that's really a model that we can build on. And like you said, I think the promotor model is used a lot with physical health now, and, you know, screenings and things like that. So we can start to build on that and really think about it for mental health. I think that's an opportunity that we have. And the other thing I think is, like you were saying, around education. The power of psychoeducation is really, I think, undervalued. If you can hold even workshops and introduce families to like what these terms are that we're talking about. When we say anxiety, what does that look like? You know, what are some things that you can do, like you said, in the here and now, in that moment? So we've developed things like wellness cards, and these are mindfulness practices that you can do in 1 minute or less. And we give these to parents because they don't have time to necessarily go to like a yoga class or do, you know, these longer, but they can do something like this. And we developed it with parents. So there are things you can do on the bus, you know, things you can do like with your child at home before you engage in something like a reading activity. So really trying to think also how we can integrate it more into like daily living, mental wellness. So we're not just treating all the time, but we're thinking about prevention and promotion as well. So I think there's lots of opportunities, and I am encouraged again that there's more openness to those now, I think.
Thank you. And I think one of the things that is important, as you very well mentioned, you know, more people getting interested in studying, you know, one of the many disciplines in the field of mental health. And I think that one of the areas that is one of the biggest barriers is the fact that clinicians here in the state need so many more hours than clinicians in other states. So, you know, an idea that Ser Familia has been developing is getting the opportunity of hiring somebody right out of school, and then we paying for those hours and ensuring that the person earns a salary just like any other clinician. And at the same time, we become responsible for paying those supervision hours that become such a barrier because, you know, students are graduating with this massive student debt, and now they cannot pay, you know, for the supervision so that they get licensed in the state. So that has been an area in which we have made it part of our practice, but it becomes difficult because sometimes getting those funds to do that piece becomes very difficult because many times grants do not reimburse you for that. So you have to become creative. Where do I get that money? So once again, goes back to those inequities that are so difficult. Any last words, Dr. Rivera, before we just transition to the next activity?
Yeah, I was just going to say really quickly, you know, Dr. Rossi talked about they come in once a year. She tries to have a conversation, but, you know, is it a letter? Is it? And I just want to say to all of us on this call, and we're reflecting on the same thing. How do we create networks that are more about the people than about the letter? And how do we create networks that are more about the people than it is about the Facebook? And I just think, you know, we're trying to figure out, I do believe that our Latino community is connected enough that if we create the hubs in the community, I could pass a word from where I'm sitting today up in North Georgia into, you know, every living room of a family who needs it within hours. And I just think, how can we create the networks to share the information and resources? Then how do we collaborate to push those down through those networks? I think it's the reflective piece that I think that I certainly take away from today.
Thank you for that. And thank you so much, Dr. Rossi, Dr. Wutzjäger, and Dr. Rivera for sharing your expertise, the great work that you have done, and, you know, all of the collective wisdom that you had. So we are ready to transition back to Gigi and the next activity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belisa, Dr. Rivera, Dr. Wutzjäger, and Dr. Rossi. Of course, I'm just a little anxious because, you know, we heard so much about burnout from healthcare professionals, from teachers, from social workers, from students, from community members. We heard about, you know, immense and great rates of depression and anxiety, and, you know, how critical and time consuming it is to build trust, right? So that we could collaborate and work with each other. Dr. Rivera, I heard you loud and clear in our actually next panel after, you know, our break with Michael. It is precisely about collaborations and networks and coalitions. So we are, you know, great minds. You know, communication challenges very much experienced by Dr. Rossi, you know, based in rural Georgia, the fact that she lost connectivity, this happens to everyone, right? To doctors in the surgery room, to teachers, to students, to everyone. And then I also heard very loud and clear this call to action. What if the 200 people in the summit get together and decide to work towards one thing? What would we be able to accomplish? So, you know, again, so much work to do, so much pain, so much difficulty that we know exists. And so one of the things that we thought is how can we support each other in the work that we do for ourselves, for the communities, for our loved ones. And so I want to introduce you to our next speaker, and this is so important because there are other communities like ours that are diverse, that have gone through a lot, that sometimes go through so much more. And what are some things that we can learn from them and how they deal with violence, with chronic stress, with pain, with anxiety? And so I want to take the opportunity to welcome Michael Anthony to our panel. He is the CEO of Gratitude America, and it's a group that works with veterans. That if you know anything about veterans, right? Veterans come from all backgrounds and experiences and races and ages. And so what can we learn from the work his organization has done, from the work he has done on himself, that can help us be better and continue this very important and long-term work? So it's my pleasure to introduce you, Michael Anthony. Michael.
There we go, unmute. Thank you, Gigi, for the great introduction. It was really quite a pleasure to sit in on the last panel and listen just a little bit. What's so interesting about, based on the intro that Gigi just gave, we do work solely with combat veterans, and their backgrounds are extremely diverse. There's a strong history and heritage of Latinos in the United States military, serving as immigrants and achieving their naturalization, through service in the military. But regardless of what background they come from or what they're struggling with, what we know is that struggle is universal. It's ubiquitous. And so our programs are not clinical, but we work with clinicians hand in hand to the point of some of the previous discussion, where we pull in other combat veterans, other lay people, and we educate the veterans on the concepts of post-traumatic growth. And that's what I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about. But just know as I begin that Gratitude America's take on mental health is that we are an augment or a partner with the traditional methods of talk therapy and medication therapy and things like that, because it does take, to the point of the last panel, a community of folks coming together to try to build strength and lift each other up. Everyone has probably heard, just because of the publicity, that there's 20 veterans that commit suicide every day, which amounts to over 6,000 per year. And veterans have a higher percentage of suicide than the traditional population. But when we look at post-traumatic stress, what we find is that while maybe between 10 and 30% of combat veterans experience post-traumatic stress, nearly 8% of all Americans have traumatic events and are diagnosed with post-traumatic stress. So this is universal. We tell the veterans consistently that while veterans may struggle, they don't have a monopoly on struggle. So what can our communities learn from each other about the value of what we call struggling well? Okay, because we know everyone's going to struggle, and no matter how much counseling or therapy or work you may do with a social worker, or what kind of background you come from, everyone's going to struggle. And so how do we struggle well? Well, when we think about the last 2 years, it is illuminated, not only the struggles that our communities may face, but COVID has affected everyone. And it seems to even be affecting communities in disproportionate ways. I was surprised to hear that, there's a very high level of depression and anxiety amongst the Latino youth. That's troubling to hear, because those carry into adulthood. So the lessons that we share with veterans, that I hope to share with you all today in very brief fashion, are really universal amongst youth and amongst adults. So when we think about the power of struggle, the analogy that I like to use is that of a lobster. So if we think about lobster, very delicious, right? Everybody seems to enjoy on a special occasion or what have you. A lobster is a soft, mushy animal that has a hard, rigid shell. And when the lobster grows, the catalyst for the lobster to grow is pressure or discomfort. The lobster senses discomfort, it goes underneath a rock, it sheds off that hard exterior, and then it begins to grow a new shell. And when it emerges from under that rock with this new shell, it's larger and stronger than it was before it went under the rock. All of us can take a lesson from the lobster from the standpoint of most people avoid the discomfort. So if a lobster had a doctor, it would take a Valium, it'd take a Percocet, it would feel fine, it would never grow. The stimulus for the lobster to grow is the discomfort. And so while many of us avoid discomfort, when it comes to mental health, what we should be doing is embracing the discomfort and learning to grow from it. There's the old adage, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger, right? And so when we think about that model, the challenge is the education on how do we grow post-trauma. The concept of post-traumatic growth tells us that we can emerge from the trauma after education, after reflection, after rumination, with an education that causes us to take the lessons from those bad things. We're not saying the trauma's good, we're saying the trauma teaches us things. The Greeks always say all great wisdom comes from suffering. What we have found through research, through clinical trials, through university studies is that post-trauma, there are 5 things that emerge. Things like new possibilities, right? When we think about in times of deep struggle, things that emerge after the trauma may reveal themselves, whereas they might not have before. Deeper relationships, because perhaps we've lost, we can love even harder because we have the ability to care. Personal strength, you know, if I live through that, I can live through anything. And I think about communities that struggle, you have to work so much harder perhaps than other communities. And so because of that, it makes you better than somebody who hasn't had the struggle. And a deeper appreciation for life emerges post-trauma. You know, if I live through that, then, you know, I have to live a life that others can be proud of and carry that torch. And then lastly comes deeper spiritual and existential change. That could be anything from faith, because while we are not a religious program, all of the world's major religions have some form of struggle at the base of their stories. And so we can learn from that, whether you're a person of faith or not, where do I fit into this world? What purpose have I been given? So the takeaway, I think, as I just kind of initially get into, you know, some of these ponderings, what we've learned with the veterans is in the traditional mental health models, the focuses tend to be on the trauma itself. And while we don't want to negate the fact that the trauma occurred, what we're doing with veterans that's a little unique is we're not focused on the trauma itself. We're focused on the journey from the trauma to maybe a very sad and anxious place, a depressive place, and then the climb from that depression to something better than I was before the trauma. Typically what the government is doing in a lot of cases is telling the veterans that they are sentenced to a life of a diminished version of themselves. And we know that though good things happen or bad things happen to good people, if you can understand and educate yourself about the struggle and look at it from different perspectives, you can grow post the trauma. So that's the one lesson that tends to be very, I suppose, relieving to our veteran population is when we tell them, yes, something bad happened, but let's not ruminate on the bad. Let's focus on what did we learn from that lesson and how can we be stronger post the trauma? That's the first lesson. The second thing that we found from a mental health standpoint is the idea of routine. People tend to thrive on routine. And I think about the last couple of years where our routines have been totally changed and altered and turned on their head in light of COVID and working from home and all the different things that we've struggled with as a broad United States. We need to get back to routine. Our veterans, when they get out of the service, they had a life filled with routine where you get up in the morning and you have to work out and then you eat and then there's formations and all these things that people crave. People like routine. And when they get out of the service, they lose that routine. And I think for just general populations of people that aren't necessarily veterans, we do tend to do well when our lives have a routine and things that we can expect because it's more comfortable to know what's coming next. And so in a world of uncertainty, one of the things that we try to focus on is that of routine, on trying to ensure that there is healthy routine for all of us. And that could be anything from, I know that I'm going to get up and I'm going to go out for a walk, or I'm going to read for 10 minutes in a book that's uplifting, that will teach me something new. But crafting a routine, whether it be for children or for adults, is very, very healthy. And, when we struggle and life gets stressful, the first thing we can go to is that routine. And the routine will often suffer when we're struggling. So we need to pull even harder into the routine because it's very easy to throw that out the window, to stay in bed, to feel sorry for yourself. So forcing the routine is very helpful. The other lesson that has emerged outside of routine and understanding about post-traumatic growth is that of regulation practices. So regulation practices is a broad sense or a broad word or verbiage that relates to things that are necessary for regulating those ups and downs in life. Just because you've come through one of our programs doesn't mean that life won't still have its ups and downs. You know, we might have a really stable thing, and then we get shocked again with some new thing that comes around the bend that we weren't expecting. If we have regulation practices, things that we can look forward to bring down the anxiety, bring down the oppression, it could be certain types of breathing, or I heard mentioned mindfulness practice in the last breakout. We do with the veterans archery and hiking and sitting around a fire, contemplating, camaraderie, grounding, art, music. There's so many things that people are drawn to, and there's not a one size fits all for regulation practices, but I encourage everyone, no matter who they are, when they are struggling with their mental health, that they find things that are healthy outlets, because often when people struggle, they turn to unhealthy habits, alcohol, medications, isolation. And we know that isolation is one of the worst things that people can do. But when we struggle, that tends to be a safety mechanism. So, having time to get together with others and disclose is a very healthy thing for our mental health, to talk about the things that we're struggling with. And that's a very taboo subject in our society, because we often like to sweep things under the rug because it's uncomfortable to talk about our mental health. You can't just be walking down the street and talk to some stranger about your mental health, but pulling in some of those very close people that you can count on, that may not be a therapist, but people that you know will be a mentor or a close friend that will support you and allow you to. The metaphor we use in our programs with the military is when you think of a soldier or a Marine, they carry around these heavy backpacks. We call that a rucksack, right? So they're carrying a heavy backpack, and those backpacks are full of lots of things. Well, the metaphor in life is we all carry an invisible backpack around, and it is loaded with traumas and struggles. And the fuller that backpack gets, the heavier it becomes, the harder it is for us to move forward. We get slower, we slow down. And so having people in our lives, a community where we can take some of those burdens out of our rucksack, and we can either hand them off to somebody and share the weight, or give us permission to leave that somewhere else, is very, very healthy. I believe I'm getting close to the end of the amount of time that I have for the breakout. So I'll leave you with one final sort of metaphor, and that is the metaphor of driving a car. When we drive a car, we have the windshield in front of us, and we have the rear view mirror. Oftentimes, veterans and people that struggle are driving the car, looking behind them in the rearview mirror, looking at the loss, looking at the tough things in life. The rearview mirror, it's only small, right? We look at it for reference behind us, but the big windshield in front of us is where we have to be focused. And so when we are struggling, no matter what community we come from, we want to work very hard to turn our focus forward looking at the future. How can we all be different? How can we grow? How can we overcome the struggle? It's not easy. We recognize that something's behind us, but the rearview mirror is for reference and not for residence. We're not going to live there. We're going to be living forward. And so we reference behind us, it's there, we address it, and then we drive forward. And again, that's an oversimplification, but I think as communities, we can learn from each other that the growth post-trauma, post-struggle can be done through the work of interacting with clinical folks, doctors, social workers, psychologists, whatever it may be. But we can also, as a community, lean on each other and just generally embrace wellness practices and a forward-looking mentality. And we found that to be quite successful with the veterans. There's amazing research, and I don't have time to share it, but we are seeing extreme growth rates in reduction of suicidal symptoms, depression, anxiety, quality of life increases, sleep problems, amazing stuff that is exceeding the work of the Veterans Administration. And a lot of it is because we all have heart and we have strong minds, and it's just about connecting the head and the heart. So I appreciate the time. I haven't seen any questions, but if there is any final ones, but I believe I've hit my time. So I just thank you all for the opportunity and for the willingness to let me into your community, even for a short time.
Thank you so much, Michael. And actually, there were a few folks that were listening to us on Facebook and everything, and had a question about how to join the program and where we can get them more information. So we're going to be sharing the Gratitude American. Of course, we invite you to share any of that research and materials definitely with us so that we can add it to the collective folder. Post-traumatic growth, don't look in the rear view mirror, only for reference, and be a lobster, right? Those are my takeouts. Thank you so much. And I'll pass it to Belisa because we're running a little out of time. Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you very much. I think it was fantastic. I guess, it resonates with us. Ser Familia's model is including those non-clinical pieces with the clinical pieces, and it makes fantastic outcomes for our families. So thank you, Michael, for that. We're going to go now to the next breakout sessions. You're going to see two options in your screen. You're going to select between the musical trivia with DJ Pedro or another exercise with Katie, who is one of our counselors. And if you have a problem and you cannot connect or you cannot select whatever, just put it in the chat and our technical friends will take care of that. That won't be me. I'm not the IT, but we'll have people to help us with that. So take it from here.
Give it a couple more seconds. Okay,
I don't see anyone else joining. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay. So my name is Katie Portillo. I work with Ser Familia as a counselor. Today I will be leading you guys in a guided meditation. Before I get started, I want to ask a couple questions. So raise of hands for those of you with your camera on. How many of you have tried a guided meditation before? All right, scrolling through. Looks like quite a few of you have. Awesome, so hands down. How many of you meditate frequently? Raise of hands. We got 1, 2. All right, looks like a couple of you. 3, awesome. Last question, how many of you find it difficult to meditate? Raise of hands. There we go. I figured that one would have a few hand raises. Me too. I definitely have struggled with meditation before. And I'll start off by saying this. There's technically no right or wrong way to meditate. When people say that they can't meditate or they find it hard to meditate, it's usually because they just aren't comfortable when they're meditating, or they don't know how long to meditate for. We have these misconceptions that you have to silence your mind completely to meditate, or that you have to meditate for really long periods of time. As many of you may have realized in your attempts, you can't silence your mind. It's not possible, and silencing your mind really isn't the purpose of meditating. The purpose of meditating is more of observing your mind and observing your thoughts. Meditation doesn't require that you sit crisscross applesauce or that you chant, like you see in movies. You can do it in your office chair. You can do it in the car when you're waiting on your kids at school. You could do it at home before bed. You can meditate anywhere that you like, and for as long as you like. Even just a few minutes of meditation is better than no meditation at all. So you may be asking, why meditate? What are the benefits? Well, there are a ton of benefits, but I chose 5 to mention that I think might be enticing to the majority. So those 5 include that it reduces stress, it controls anxiety, it enhances your self-awareness, lengthens your attention span, and as I just mentioned, it's accessible anywhere, right? So I want to repeat those so you guys can remember them. Reduces stress, controls anxiety, enhances self-awareness, lengthens your attention span, and is accessible anytime. So now I'd like to go ahead and get started. I've chosen a little video and some music to play while I guide you in this meditation. So if we could get that going, that'd be great. Do you guys hear it? I don't either. Close your eyes if you like, or leave them open and lower your gaze toward the floor. Breathe as you normally would. There's nothing special to do or make happen. You might notice the rising and falling of your abdomen or chest. Or you might notice the air moving in and out through your nose or your mouth. With each breath, guide your attention as best as you can to your breathing. Breathing in and breathing out. Almost immediately, and many times over, we'll find ourselves distracted. Our attention will always wander. That's what it does. It's normal, and it'll always be a part of our experience, both in meditation and in life. You might find that your attention wanders toward a sound or a thought or a sensation. Without giving yourself a hard time, return your attention back to the sensation of breathing. When your mind wanders, gently return it to noticing your breathing. If something grabs your attention, a bird singing, a noise in the room, notice that it happened. And then let it go as best as you're able. Come back to the breath without expecting anything more. And for a few moments, give yourself an opportunity to settle. Sometimes our mind remains busy and caught up during meditation. When noticing that, practice patience. We cannot force our minds into stillness, and that's never the intention. Right now, in this moment, there's nothing to fix or do. Whether you find the experience pleasant, unpleasant, or otherwise, allow everything to be for a few moments. Breathing in and breathing out, returning your attention to the breath once again. Pause for a moment and decide how you'd like to continue with the rest of your day. And once you're ready, gently open your eyes. All right, I see most of you paying attention to the camera again. I want to ask to see if anyone would like to share their experience real fast. Got some comments in the chat. That was amazing. Glad to hear it.
I can share.
Okay.
I do a lot of guided meditation because my mind does tend to wander a lot when I try to meditate. This is the first time that I've been given permission by you to be okay with that and to gently like focus back and to not feel like I was doing it wrong and that I wasn't capable of doing it. So I really, really appreciate that.
Awesome. Yeah, I think a lot of times we put certain expectations
minutes. Go grab some water, hydrate, go to the bathroom, and then come back. I'll see you guys 12:01 sharp. how difficult collaboration is like. And can we do a sound check? Because I don't think people can hear me. Okay, now, okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Gigi Pedraza. I'm the Executive Director with the Latino Community Fund in Georgia. We have some tech glitches because the event is live. We like to live on the edge, no recorded stuff here. So bear with us. Welcome to our 12 o'clock panel called Building on Our Assets, a learning network of community organizations. We have heard throughout all the conversations in the morning about how important collaborations are. Everyone wants us to collaborate. The government will only give us money if we have matching grants, which means we have to be collaborating with somebody else. Funders ask us, who are you collaborating with? People that want to volunteer or want to come on board, say, oh, how are you partnering with this? Have you talked to this organization? And the reality is that at the end of the day, the problems, the issues that we work in are so complex and so difficult that we cannot do it all. So if ever someone tells you we can do everything that you need, you know it's not true, because we can't. And so sometimes crisis just brings us together, and that makes, guess what, collaboration even more difficult. And that is something that we haven't really talked about, how hard it is to collaborate and what different types of collaboration exist. So in 2020, as you all know, another crisis, because we've always had different types of crises, brought us together and really exacerbated the minimum access to information, safety net programs, healthcare that many of us had. And when I said many of us, I'm talking about immigrants, I'm talking about people of color, I'm talking about people that don't speak English well. And so the Latino Community Fund, we really thought at the beginning that it was going to be 8 weeks and then everybody goes home and we can raise $200,000 for those 8 weeks and it'll be over. And guess what? We're still living in it. This is why we're virtual. So what we very soon realized as an organization that has a membership of 40 community groups is that we had a role to play, and our role was primarily to do advocacy and to raise money, so that folks on the ground, like Ser Familia, our co-host here, could do the work they had already been doing for years. And so we co-created in 24 hours, it was like 24 hours literally, with a few organizations that decided we are not going to close the doors, we will continue serving the community because they need us, a criteria of what are going to be our priorities for us to continue in supporting community. When we say our community, who are we talking about? And so it was Ser Familia, it was Dignidad Inmigrante, the coalition of Latino leaders in Dalton and Vecinos of Buford Highway. And everyone said, yes, we will remain open. And yes, we want to center on English learners, folks that were undocumented or mixed status families, folks that didn't have reliable transportation or have mobility challenges, and really people with dependents, and finally, people that were directly affected. In 2 weeks after we started doing this work, from 4 organizations, the coalition grew to 12, and then 2 months later to 23 organizations, folks that had never done work in financial assistance and food distribution, anything like that, said, yes, this is our job, even though it's not written in our missions, because this is about people's lives and we need people to survive. And so what we did then, it's, oh my God, I am sure there is a lot we can learn and do better. And we engaged into a program, to a project called Trabajando Juntos, working together, who our facilitator or one of our panelists will discuss a little more and facilitate a conversation, a consultant, Lorene Fredella. She did in-depth interviews with 12 of these organizations that not only did the direct work in the community, very important relief work, but they consistently worked on advocacy and civic participation. The one thing that the pandemic did for us is that made very clearly visible the connection between policy and direct service. And so a lot of our organizations said, yes, it's important to address both. And so what did we learn about from these 12 organizations? And then what things are very similar and that are connected to what other networks are doing? It's really a lot of what we are going to be discussing in this panel. So I want to introduce Lorene Fredella. She is a nonprofit consultant She's also an educator at the Tenement Museum, and she will help lead us through this conversation. Also, super friendly reminder to please, this is a conversation. As we were preparing for these panels, we were learning from each other. So if you have questions, go ahead, put them in the chat, and we will be addressing them as much as we can. Lorene, bienvenida.
Oh, gracias, Gigi. Okay, so, well, thank you. And I'm so honored to be here. So just to give you guys a little bit more context on who I am and what I'm doing here. I live in New York City, but I lived in Atlanta for 30 years. And in that time, I worked with the Latino community in many different, wearing many different hats. I taught English as a second language. I worked in nonprofit management, doing fundraising, program development. And so, you work in a nonprofit, you end up wearing a lot of hats and you get a lot of experience doing things you never really thought you would be doing. And so since then, I moved to New York City. I still do nonprofit consulting, and I've been working together with the Latino Community Fund really since the beginning, and since the conception of it, we were talking about it. And I work at the Tenement Museum now, which is my side hustle, which is an organization, which is a museum in New York City that tells us the history of our immigrant ancestors and the struggles that they faced. And so, one of the strengths I think I bring is that I can also connect that to what people immigrants are facing today, and refugees and newcomers and migrants to our communities. And so that's what I do and how I got here. I also worked on a report and a study of how the organizations under the LCF umbrella, under this umbrella of organizations that were able to give out assistance, and also work together on the census, fared both as individual organizations and also as collaborating organizations. And so I'll be sharing some of those findings with you as well. So.
Thank you, Lorene. And I want to briefly introduce our two amazing panelists, Edna Rodriguez, who I had the pleasure to also work with not so long ago, so not to ages. She's the executive director of RAFI USA, based in North Carolina, working with a network of farm workers. Edna, do you want to say a few words about the work that you do? And then, of course, Luis Negron, president of the 100 Black Men of Atlanta. Edna, do you want to?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Edna Rodriguez. I am the executive director of RAFI, an organization in Pittsburgh, North Carolina, which is about 25 minutes from Chapel Hill. I have been with the organization for, well, I'm aging myself, for 10 years. Sorry. I started as a grant writer. I didn't think it was going to be a good fit because it was a sustainable ag organization. I didn't have an ag background, and I quickly learned that a lot of the issues that are involved in food justice are issues that I was also passionate about. So economic justice, environmental concerns, and food security, and a host of other ones. So over the years, I think I wore every hat, like Lorene mentioned, and I'm now in the executive director job, which is still a job of wearing a bunch of hats, I think. Our organization's mission is to challenge the root causes of unjust food systems, and we do that through a combination of direct service support to farmers and communities, and then we combine that with policy. And we do a lot of our work through collaboration, which is, I think, why we're here today. So happy to be here.
Bienvenido. I'm Luis Enrique Negron. I'm the executive director and chief operating officer for the 100 Black Men of Atlanta. I'm back in Atlanta after being gone for 5 years. So I recently relocated from Charlotte, North Carolina. In this capacity, the 100 Black Men of Atlanta, we offering mentoring services, post-collegiate and secondary opportunities for youth of Atlanta public schools, the 30318 area code 3130, which is the West Side. We also focus on, some of the initiatives I brought on board is sustainability in the food deserts that we have, as well as collaboration with other nonprofits and foundations to do work that is going to go beyond the scope of work. So we do middle school to post-secondary into careers. We have the Emerging 100 as one of our programs. We also have the Collegiate 100, and we also give scholarships to those that graduate from our programs. We have a growing large population of Latino students in the 30318 area code, especially attending Best Academy and other schools within the Atlanta public school system. So that's one of the reasons I chose to come back to Atlanta and lead this organization. Thank you.
Fantastic. Lorraine, kick us off.
Okay, so 2020 was a crazy, challenging year. 2021 also challenging, but I would say probably 2020 was even more challenging. Some things came, well, certainly the pandemic came out of the blue, but then there were some other issues also that organizations in Georgia were dealing with. The census count that had been planned, of course, and had to be retooled as the lockdown happened, and then also organizing around the presidential election, and then the runoff elections in Georgia in early 2021, and then of course all of the racial equity work that came to the focus with Black Lives Matter and the murder of George Floyd. So all of this happening at the same time, and the needs were great, greater than any one organization could handle. So quickly after the lockdown, LCF was able to launch a fundraising effort, which eventually brought in about $1.8 million. And as Gigi said, it was a collaborative effort from the very beginning. This group of 4 organizations came together to really create those recommendations for the distribution guidelines for how money and resources, because it wasn't just money, it was also protective gear and other things, and food. And to do, so they also thought about how they would also do the census promotion work, and work with other organizations to solve problems, to provide services, to help other organizations be successful, all while navigating the challenges faced by each organization individually and then on a personal level as well. And so, as Gigi said, collaboration's not easy. It's often mandated by foundations, but often there's no blueprint for what that needs to look like or how you actually do it. There's often no funding for that. And those are just some of the challenges for collaborations. And before, we don't want to dump on foundations, because they're doing this because they are trying to avoid duplication of services and or what they perceive as duplication of services. Because I think in the field, we know that the need is greater probably than any one organization can ever fill, and sometimes these programs are slightly different, but they may not be not be evident to the foundations, or we may not be telling that story well. And so LCF Georgia wanted to look at these member organizations and see how they fared, both on an individual basis and as a collaboration. So we launched this study to document how organizations work together, and also how they provided assistance to each other in supporting their efforts. So I just want to say too that COVID was a strong catalyzing issue. It was the issue where everybody just went, whoa, we got to work together. And so that's really, I think that became really key in the findings, how important having some kind of unifying goal, and the more concrete that is, the better. So just for a little bit of context, because I know everybody on this in this session is not from Georgia, but Georgia Latino population is about 1.1 million. It's about 10% of the general population, which represents a 31% increase in Georgia from 2010. So that's a very big increase. Until the mid-90s, most of Georgia's Latinx population was centered in, at that time were the 5 core metro Atlantic counties, and a small group of nonprofits were emerging at that time, once grassroots, that have now evolved into more established nonprofits today. But now Latinx Georgians are all over the state, and so what we're seeing is a lot of smaller, newer grassroots organizations being established all over the state to try to serve these groups or niche audiences sometimes. So that's, of course, one of the reasons that Latino Community Fund was formed, to try to bring these organizations together, help coordinate efforts, help with that communication, because some of those organizations were, especially in some of the more rural areas, were pretty isolated. So as Gigi said, I did one-on-one interviews with a lot of these with about 14 actually organizations and Latino Community Fund of Georgia. One of the things that I was doing as I was looking to launch this project is to really keep in mind some of the commonly cited barriers to collaboration, which we're probably all familiar with: lack of respect, lack of trust, different mindsets, lack of alignment around goals, lack of follow through sometimes, or fear of that, time constraints, negative staff reactions, loss of control, perceived mission drift, competition for funding, communication, and lack of funding for collaboration, coordination, and management, because the collaborations need management. So what we wanted to do was look at how did organizations pivot in 2020 to provide services differently, to respond to the needs of their target population. What did these collaborations look like? What types of collaborations were most successful in terms of providing services and also establishing sustainable structures for collaboration? What's the role of a coordinating organization like LCF Georgia? What lessons were learned in 2020? And so what I found after talking to people is that the learnings and the adaptations and the achievements fell into pretty much maybe 5 or 6 categories. One is that almost everybody responded that they had to pivot from the regular way they do services. And of course, that makes sense. A lot of things had to go online. A lot of organizations did several of the organizations did stay open through the pandemic. And so, but all of them in some way had to maybe step out of their missions. That was a quote by one of the directors, to often offer services that they had never offered. For example, the food distribution or giving emergency assistance. Most organizations had to try to redirect resources that they had to do those. And everybody had to change their services in some way, but for some organizations, these were huge decisions. For example, the organizations that were doing intimate partner violence work, where now everybody is at home. The abuser might be at home while the person that needs assistance is on a call. And so there were issues of security and safety that had to be addressed. And those were, of course, huge life or death, perhaps, issues. And as one of the respondents said, every day there was something new. And just dealing with all of that and constantly having to pivot to as new funding came out, as new programs came out, especially for small business assistance. At the same time, everybody had to find ways to cope with additional challenges. Sometimes they were personal, sometimes they were staff issues. Some people dealt with COVID cases on staff, or some directors had COVID themselves. Some of them had to deal with family members that had COVID. The stress of, and I was listening to the end of the last session, but the stress of doing this kind of work, delivering food boxes, going door to door, doing census work in the hot Georgia summer was very challenging. Some people were, working hard while others were furloughed and binge watching Netflix was very hard for them. A lot of staff burnout. dealing with families that were suffering, having to pay for funerals for clients and people we serve really was difficult. And just dealing with all of those on a personal level was a challenge. One of the participants had said that she said, I dealt with my stress by focusing on serving, which I thought was super powerful. The other thing that happened was that organizations were able to bring in a lot of money. And some of this was where Georgia, LCF Georgia came in. They did the fundraising, they did the organizing and management of the collaboration. They provided information on COVID safety and training, trainings on sustaining the organization through this difficult period. And as some members said, you know, that took that work off of their plate so they could do the on the ground work because they didn't have time during COVID to do that work on their own. It also created new challenges though for organizations because some had never had to manage so much money. They didn't have those systems or the know-how to do that. And so LCF Georgia was able to help with that. Another finding is, of course, people collaborated with each other. That was the purpose. They collaborated to coordinate services. There was an arts organization that doesn't usually do any kind of social service, but because their people were challenged and suffering, they had to coordinate with other organizations to help with those referrals. People helped each other develop systems for distributing the emergency assistance. The larger, more established organizations were able to rely on the grassroots organizations for information because those organizations were closer to the ground. And so what we found was that there was a role for everybody of all maturity levels and all experience levels in this collaboration. One of the respondents said, yes, there are challenges to collaboration like to territorialism and obstacles put up by organizations, but I feel it's short-sighted for organizations to try to do everything alone. If we really have the vision to help the community, working together creates a ripple effect. And I think that that was seen and felt by all of the organizations that were participated. Organizations also had to leverage resources in a way that they may never have had to before, and that was leveraging their own resources, but also leveraging the collective resources of the collaboration to get more bang for the buck. So some organizations had money from government sources that was allowable for just 1 month of service. They were able to leverage that to conduct their own fundraising to bring in more money. That also happened at the LCF level, where the LCF was able to leverage the whole work of the entire collaboration to go to funders and say, look what we're doing, and bring in even more money. So that was really key. Sometimes that would happen in terms of other kinds of resources that were not financial. One organization that worked with businesses, small businesses, was able to leverage their resources to bring in food because there was not much food at the beginning, but restaurants had food left over and distributors had food. And so they were able to get that and help other organizations to create food boxes for distribution. And of course, not surprisingly, many people commented on the role LCF Georgia played as convener and supporter. They commented that they had met organizations that they had never ever heard of before and were able to coordinate with them. And at a time when they didn't really have time to be thinking about creating collaborations. Most said that they were profoundly changed by the experience of 2020 in terms of opening their eyes to a lot of things that they had taken for granted. LCF also changed in many ways as well. One of the things that Gigi said is that one of their core pillars of amplifying voices changed in scope to amplifying democracy. And so all of these organizations are going to be taking that forward. As a collaboration, the group was able to achieve some incredible things, and a lot of this is outlined in my report, which I think you all have access to, but over 152,000 families received at least one box of food, 14,000 families received rental assistance, and it goes on. I'm not going to detail all of that. But just the key learnings were that all organizations reported that their staff and agency learned they're capable of much more than they imagined by working together. They bring a deeper understanding of the experience and the importance of working collaboratively. Everybody expressed concern about going back to normal because, as one person said, normal wasn't really good for our community. Even though everybody was weary, people still remained hopeful for the future and focused on what needs to be done to achieve equity for the Latinx community. One other thing is that as a result of this program doing this, I also worked with a group of refugee serving organizations in Rhode Island who were interested in collaborating, but just didn't know how. And so I ended up doing several workshops with them just on, sort of the theoretical issues of collaboration when this issue emerged, and that was this resettlement of Afghan evacuees who were coming. And so what we were able to do was take some of the learnings from this project and apply it to them about how they could work more collaboratively. Interestingly, this morning I saw a story in the Chronicle of Philanthropy about a collaboration between officials from between the Obama and Bush administration to create an organization to fundraise for refugee serving organizations to help resettle Afghans called Welcome US. And Barack Obama and Michelle and Laura and George Bush are honorary chairs. So this collaboration is leveraging their relationships and their positions to bring in dollars. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Gigi.
Thank you, Lorene. And everybody has access to this document, but we want to make sure that we center this, of course, conversation on what Luis learned and, what are the challenges, of course, with 100 Black Men of Atlanta, as well as Edna, because they also have a fantastic report on the collaboration between farm workers and the faith community. So what are some things, maybe Edna and Luis, that, are, you can say, oh yes, us too, because there are some similarities across different networks and across different communities that we can say, oh, this is not just us, this is everyone. And when we realize there are commonalities, then we are better able to look for each other and ask for help, right? So Edna or Luis?
I'll let Edna go and then I'll go afterward.
Thank you. Thank you, Gigi. Actually, the project that we have a collaboration guide that we published recently is the Farm and Faith Partnership. So we actually connect farmers with churches. We have other collaborative projects that involve farm workers, but there's many similarities in what I heard Lorene share in our experience in collaborating in that particular project, and then a host of other projects, because collaboration is sort of centered to how we do all of our work. One key shared experience is COVID as a catalyst. And for us, it was, in addition to it being a catalyst where a crisis brought people together, it was the COVID experience also exposed a lot of the problems with the food system, which made it just a little bit easier for us to get people sort of on board on the advocacy side of things, because we're always interested in doing the direct service piece and supporting communities and people, but then also tying that to policy and advocacy change. So the crisis, I think, is the key piece, and for me, relationship building keeps coming back as like the center of everything. Equity, for us, it's about co-creating, and it all starts with relationship building.
Right. Luis?
Yeah, thank you, Edna. No, I would agree and concur with Lorraine's report and the report that you guys have done, Gigi, in regards to the relationship building. By me coming back into the state in February, I met early with legacy funders that we had. And one of the key things that they have said was that the 100 Black Men has never gone out of his silo to collaborate with other organizations. And what could I do based on my experience working at the United Way before? What could I bring to make it different? And I'll highlight a big win for us was to, we formed a MOU and then a collaboration with the Fernbank Museum. What we realized was that a lot of our students, of course, weren't able to attend or go or even be at the Fernbank Museum, but they were able to, what we did with the Fernbank Museum was, first of all, I had to convince my board to let them know that funding would not be an issue because we had a mutual funder that said, just like you have said, we're more interested in not funding two separate organizations, but one. That was the key. The other one was to let the egos down and to also, as executive directors, to be able to just say, okay, this is what I'm willing to be vulnerable with on behalf of the community. And I definitely would like to shout out Jennifer for her part on that from the Fernbank Museum. And then just seeing how could we help? And I think that's what COVID has done with nonprofits. And the shift that I've seen is more leaders have been able to say, okay, what can we really do to be vulnerable to help one another? So in that collaboration was a win-win for the community, a win-win for the Fernbank, a win-win for the students and the families there. So that's been really big. And then also with Goodard, Jasmine Crow is someone who we have been able to partner with, and she is an all-star, as you know, really to being able to bring food into the food desert that we have. Again, looking how to support. And I think for the 100, what I've been able to do is bring a sense of authenticity and humbleness to the work. Yeah, we're the 100 Black Men. Yes, we have certain type of funds and money that come in, but at the same time, what can we do to be leaders, thought leaders in this community, and also be someone who be willing to shake a hand and cross a board to network with other organizations that don't look like us.
And Luis, you mentioned something interesting to me, which is that, you were on a silo, but, having a historical, I guess, perspective, the reason why 100 Men were established is because of the belief in 100 people coming together to create something big and good and to advance something that was critical, right, for that community in particular. So thinking about the historical context, do you want to share with us maybe, some of the things that have evolved, maybe, as opposed to moving, and likewise for Edna, right? After Luis' participation, when you and I talked previously earlier this year, this idea that, there was no unintentional effort to build community and to include necessarily Black farmers in a farmer movement sometimes, right? So sometimes collaborations, who do we collaborate with is who is easier to collaborate or who's more visible or who is just more, close to us in one way. So historically, that has meant a lot of things, right? So go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, so historically, this organization was founded in the early 1980s by Black entrepreneurs. So they didn't need funders' money. They had their own money. They invested in this organization. So that's for a very long time, this organization was self-funded. And when it got into the 90s, that's when they started to see and get sponsorships, because at that time we had what was known as the Football Classic. And as that grew, that became like the face of the organization. I think what we learned through the pandemic was that this organization was viewed more as event-driven and not program-driven. And when I've come on board, I've been able to highlight the programs that we have been doing for over 30 plus years to show that the increase in the impact in the community. I think the hardest thing that I've had to learn in coming back was that in peeling back the onion, sometimes you really have to pass the smell test to say, okay, these numbers may be a little fuzzy, but let's go ahead and get our data on analytics and operations together. And being honest with funders in that has really helped us this year get additional unrestricted funding, and being also open and honest with our new collaboration. We're now collaborating again with the Fernbank Museum. We're looking to collaborate with the GHCC and Santiago over at the Latin American Association, and doing things we've never done before. I think a wonderful collaboration we had is with the Sarah Gonzalez Park, Isabel, and the legacy of her mother and what we've done. And also the fact that the 100 Black Men took a risk to hire Afro-Latino to lead the organization is something that they have stepped out of their norm to also say, okay, we want to go in a different direction.
I would say we're an asset, not a risk, Luis, but okay. Edna?
That's a good one, Gigi. Let's see, for us, we have really tried to lean into unlikely partnerships and bringing together groups that maybe wouldn't have naturally come together. So you mentioned Black farmers and farmers of color. For us, we have a network that's been supporting farmers of color over 3 years. We've been intentionally building relationships because there's a lack of trust for many good reasons amongst the farmer of color community of all programs, including nonprofits. So we spent a lot of time with the relationship building. So when COVID hit and we were looking to build the partnerships between churches and farmers, we thought, okay, well, the white farmers are actually having an easier time accessing markets because it's easy. It's generally easy for them to access markets, whereas farmers of color, not so much the case. So that was part of the reason that we decided to bring together specifically farmers of color with churches for mutually beneficial purposes. The churches received shares of food through boxes and CSAs, and the farmers were able to significantly increase their income and visibility as well.
Interesting, very interesting. And Lorraine, from the Tenement Museum perspective, Edna just mentioned a keyword, which is trust, right? We would not have been able to work collaboratively in 2020 and in 2021, with the Latino Community Fund, had we not had trust built and cultivated for the past 2 years. And oftentimes this is the reason why communities come together and are quite close, because they trust each other, right? They trust each other, and sometimes other folks don't understand us. So from a Tenement Museum perspective, are there other examples from other communities that you can share with us that we can learn from? Sometimes it feels very lonely, right? Are we really moving the needle? How long does it take to make things better?
My work at the Tenement Museum is a little bit different. I'm not really working with collaborations there. I'm working with the public. I will say that I definitely, and we're looking at stories of past immigrants, and we're looking at how they collaborated and how they, and so that's one of the things that a rabbit hole I've gone down. We have a lot of leeway at the Tenement Museum to create our own narratives. And so, that's one thing that I try to highlight here, to try to dispel the myth that immigrants, all pull themselves up by their bootstraps and didn't need any help. There were tons of organizations that were there to help and collaborate or not. I mean, many times they dealt with the same issues that and challenges of working together as organizations today do: limited funding, competition, representing different interests as well. I would say, and so my work at the Tenement Museum, I try to bring a lot of this information in, but we're not really working with those collaborative networks. But Gigi, I think your point of trust is huge. That is definitely something that I ran up against with this collaborative of organizations in Rhode Island. We went in with a lot of mistrust, and a lot of that was mistrust of the larger organizations that were perceived as taking all the money, and competition for those resources. However, when we really started to pull things apart and help some of the smaller organizations understand that those larger organizations were in a different position to bring in that kind of money than that they could, it wasn't necessarily always about competition, but it was about what people are doing with those resources and how they're helping each other to lift each other to the next level. And so I think that was something that was so important in this collaboration, the LCF collaboration, that everybody was clear that they were helping the community, but also helping each other, and that those defenses were down. Those defenses didn't go down by just by coincidence. They were also, that was also part of the LCF's work to help to mitigate some of those risk factors by nurturing some of the success factors for collaborations. For example, communication, having a shared vision, building trust, and having clearly stated roles and responsibilities.
So that shared vision it's really hard, right? To build sometimes, because there are so many things we can focus on and attack. And there, like I said, the life is so complex, right? For so many folks. So what are some of those challenges that maybe were more visible and that you guys, Edna and Luis, think you have now realized that are already working on, that you cannot, call success yet because it may take, years to get it right? But what are, those pain points that we can make better so that we can collaborate more effectively and efficiently? Anyone?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to share about our policy experience, and this is one case where I think there might have been some duplication of activities within the movement, food system movement. A lot of us advocate for federal policies, but the reality is that all of the groups in the food movement are up against a giant lobby with millions and millions of dollars. So not each one of the organizations alone, I think during COVID, was finally able to realize, okay, we're going to get more done in addition to the coalition spaces where we already exist, if we pool our resources together and maybe invest in a presence in DC, for example, and we have come up with shared values and goals and work towards those together. And I think we made a huge progress in that collaborative spirit within the policy space because of COVID, that before we were struggling and really having a hard time because everybody was sort of, territorial and defining their space. And we've done this for years and this is our issue. And now people are more open to the idea of working together, which I think is great improvement.
And one of the pain points that we have noticed, especially during the pandemic and still struggle with, is that when COVID hit our communities, it definitely showed the digital divide. It showed how transportation was really an issue. And it also showed that even though we think we've come a long way in our communities, that people still struggle with poverty within the city limits of Atlanta. And for us, when we start to partner and we realize that, okay, no matter how much money we pour into it, it almost still looks the same as it did in the 90s. So for us, it was a matter of how could we bring a digital divide, close it up, and how could we collaborate as organizations to be able for our partners to do, especially like our robotics program. So yes, Microsoft is our main funder, but we had to tell the story differently to Microsoft and to tell the story differently to our organization and say, okay, even though you're giving us money, we need additional resources. We need additional tablets. We need Wi-Fi. Different things that they're more of a material so our students and families can have to survive. Most of our families can't afford it, did not have internet. And as you know, the government did offer free internet, but even then, some of our families were still skeptical in regards to signing up for certain services. So for us, it was fighting the stigmas and the myths that still existed within the communities to ensure that we gained their trust and that we gained their understanding, and also that we had a foothold in there to be their advocates in the community.
You just mentioned, I'm sorry, go ahead, Lorraine, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was going to say, well, go ahead, follow up with Luis, and then I'll say what I was going to say.
I just wanted to point that Luis said something really important that I struggle with every day too, which is we have to tell our stories differently. And so there is a role to compromise, right? I mean, and I struggle, when is it, how and when and with whom do we compromise, right? Because that is a huge piece of this work. In collaboration, there's not a zero-sum game, right? To get funding, to tell our stories. How do we change? To what extent? To please whom? To what end? Like all of these questions are really key. So I just wanted to know, make a point on that, because I think it's important to recognize that every time we compromise, we're saying no to something or someone. And inherently, that means that we're placing a smaller value on whatever that is, because we're preferring something. So go ahead, Lorraine, and maybe some reflections on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things I've been thinking about yesterday when the three of us were planning this session, we were talking about COVID as a catalyst for collaboration. It was a very strong catalyst. Everybody just swung into action, boom, it just made sense. The census was also a strong catalyst for collaboration, maybe not quite on the same level as COVID. The Black Lives Matter, not so much. And so I guess my question is, or as I'm thinking about going forward, I don't know that I have the answer, I'm just posing a question, is how do we sustain this spirit of collaboration moving forward? How do we not just let what happened in 2020 drop, or say, well, that was a special situation, we had to, especially when we're in this environment that's competitive. I'm a grant writer. They're called competitive grants for a reason. We are competing with other organizations with that money. That's a reality. When I write a grant, I'm thinking about what other proposals they're reading and how can I make mine different so I can get the money. Yet we also want to collaborate. And how do we mix those two together? That's the system we have. But how do we move toward the system that we know from 2020 is super effective and more effective than what we can do in a competitive situation? And those are, I think, that for me, the big questions moving forward.
Go ahead, guys. Any reactions to Lorene or my $20 million question that I don't know what the answer is?
I was going to share about collaboration going forward, that at least for us, I think of collaboration as a way of working is baked into your organization itself. It manifests its way into how you work with other organizations. And I think we have a better shot, all of us, of moving in that spirit into the future and not reverting back to the competitiveness that existed pre-COVID, despite the fact that philanthropy still puts us in that, in that position.
I would say one of the things I had to do within my first 90 days was to share my vision of collaboration with my staff and then my board, to get them comfortable to the point where they would feel that a collaboration with another organization would feel right and in the spirit of that. And once I got that buy-in, I was able to then go full forward with the MOUs and the collaboration that I've had. I also think that in my sales pitches, I would say as an executive director, especially to funders, is that I ask them, I look at their funding portfolio. So I come already prepared to my meeting and I say, okay, I'm already in collaboration with these organizations that you're funding. And I already have buy-in with those executive directors to speak on their behalf of our collaboration. And then I also ask them, okay, who else would you like for me to collaborate with? I put the onus back on the funders, and then I can have a discussion on what that looks like. Because I think for me, and like everyone's saying here, collaboration is key as we move forward in this in this world of COVID. And not only collaboration from that, but from resources. Resources not only from money, but from resources, thought leadership, things of those natures. How can we be more effective to collaborate from those, especially with the jump in technology that we have seen, how COVID has forced us to change the way we do philanthropy and technology and share resources together. Thank you.
Gigi, I would also add that I think that that moving forward, organizations have to be intentional about collaborating and not reactive. I don't know if you guys have been in this position, but I've been in the position where I've had a grant to write and they say we have to collaborate. And I'm like, oh, who can we collaborate with to get this money? And that's not a true collaboration. That's a forced collaboration. The other thing is that there were some other findings that I had, and there are findings from other studies as well that I would encourage people to look at. But leaders need to trust each other. They need to take a leap of faith and trust each other. And sometimes that trust is helped by an MOU or other things where everybody's role is really clear and the expectations are clear. Communication has to be open. Everybody in the collaboration needs to benefit and be valued. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody gets a whole lot of money, but that everybody is seen as an equal partner in the collaboration. That rather than being competitive, we might be able to compete for funding, but that doesn't mean we can't help lift other organizations up. Those more established organizations, I think, have a role to help teach the newer organizations. Collaborations work better when goals are defined And what's really clear from what I worked on here is that good facilitation and coordination is critical. That's the piece that's missing often. There's no management structure for the collaboration. This was a big collaboration, so it needed probably more than others, but I think that's something that we need to start building into our infrastructures as organizations, to our funding requests, to our communications with funders about if they want us to collaborate, then they need to, there needs to be money for management of that. And that we go into these collaborations again with intention and not just to fulfill a grant requirement.
Yeah, I think that there is also a cost to build the trust, because, you know, Luis mentioned something really interesting to me, which was that, oh, you know, recognize that maybe your numbers are a little fuzzy and you need to come out and tell your peers, my numbers were a little fuzzy, but let me go back and see what numbers I can actually put on the table for us to negotiate. So there is a cost. You know, being transparent means that you also need to own up to your own mistakes or limitations or whatever it is. There is also a cost of the value that you articulate to your own community and funders. To me, one of the big realizations was how little we could do, right? Like, and at the same time, how much we could do, but also how much we love each other. I mean, I will call Belisa, I have never done financial assistance. How do we like not go to jail or get our IRS determination taken? You know, do I need, last week I was like, are we still okay? Do we need to get a W-9 from the landlords, right? Amilcar from El Refugio, we have someone that's, you know, Venezuelan that was just released. He has cancer. Who can we connect with? Beto from Athens, you know, and so there is a piece, like a vulnerability piece, that we don't know what to do. We are trying to sort of figuring it out as we go. And it has a cost because you're no longer the organization, right? It's all of us together. And then finally, the respect, because some people may choose to, you know, say, oh, they don't have their act together, right? And so that is also something that we, I think, can do. Do we treat our collaborators, our partners, the same way we would treat a consultant? Do we treat them with as much respect as we treat a funder, right? When we need them as much, if not more, until we get, you know, all the millions of dollars that we need. So we have a few minutes left, just a few minutes left. I would love to invite Edna and Luis and Lorraine, you know, for some final thoughts before we move to our next panel. You know, Belisa, and of course we want to thank our sponsors. So I'll take a second because I forgot to thank our sponsors before the panel started. If you're a funder, yes, you can also do things better. Don't force us to collaborate. Don't ask us to choose, you know, oh, do we need the fund money to you or to your neighbor? But we also love you deeply. So thank you so much to DFAX, to Chase Bank, to Urbina Law Firm, to Faircount, to Voices for Georgia Children, to Sun Art, and to Georgia Power for making this possible. And any final thoughts, recommendations, shout outs, reflections, guys?
I just wanted to just follow up on something that you said, Gigi, about vulnerability. And I think that is also important in communication here as well, that people, that organizations are able to admit their vulnerabilities, to not be blamed for their vulnerabilities, but also that communication is listening. And one of the issues that I dealt with the Rhode Island network is that there was a lot of mistrust of the larger organizations. But what we saw from this project is that the larger organizations have a lot to learn from the smaller organizations. And I think that there's some listening that could benefit those organizations. One of the things in Rhode Island was the larger organizations didn't even know how they were perceived by the smaller organizations. And so it was that in that communication that we were able to break some of that down and build up trust. So.
My parting thoughts are about ending or just how to decide to go into collaboration. collaboration is great. It can work really well, but they can also go wrong. So we took the time to go through and have a strategy filter to help us decide if a collaboration is a good one or not, because it was happening so often, and that way people independently could make that decision without having to come to me. But then there's also sometimes when a collaboration isn't going to work and you have to decide when to get out, and usually sooner is better than later. So thank you.
Well, first of all, Gigi, I want to say thank you to you, all the sponsors, and my fellow peers here on the panel list with me. It's been a great opportunity to be back. A few words I'll say: as a leader, trust your gut, trust your heart. That's what I've learned to lean into. If it doesn't feel right, it's not right. Have the voice to speak up and say it, even though it may end a relationship, like Enna said, it may not be the one that you may want to be in, but just be honest about it and say maybe it's not the right time. I've learned to say no and say it's not the right time and still be respected, to come back and circle back later and have conversations to see how it could be better bridged. I will also say that, as the 100 representative of the 100 Black Men of Atlanta, that I am open for collaboration with, your organization, other organizations that are here. So afterwards, especially with Anna and connecting with you back in North Carolina, but I'm open to being flexible and open to being amenable to see how we could just change the future on behalf of the children and families. Gracias.
Gigi, can I just say one more thing? So just in closing, I just want to, I've said this to Gigi, this project was so uplifting for me. I've been doing nonprofit work for many years, but this project really just reiterated how committed, caring, courageous, and resourceful my nonprofit colleagues are. And one person made the comment that I learned that we're all essential workers, and you guys were essential workers during the pandemic. Didn't get the recognition, but huge shout out to the work that you guys did, all of you.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. There is a question, last minute question that I just wanted to mention quickly. We have someone asking, how can we help as people in collaborations? How can we help? Anybody wants to say?
Well, I would say I'm open for ideas and connections and just talking. So if you want to talk to the 100 Black Men, let's reach out and they'll share my contact information. I would say it takes people to make collaboration. It takes new ideas generated. So I am the type of leader that is open and flexible to understand that and respect that if someone has an idea and they want to reach out, I'm here to listen. Thank you.
I would say also think about what you have to offer. I think a lot of smaller organizations think they don't have much, especially in the shadow of the larger, more established organizations. We saw that that was not true during the pandemic. And I'd say just start thinking about collaborating, who, why, and under what circumstances. Would it make sense for you to do that or not? Like Edna said, I mean, sometimes there's times where it doesn't make sense to collaborate. You want to be smart about that too.
Thank you all so much. This wraps up our panel. Belisa, back to you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yes, collaboration is the name of the game, but sometimes it's difficult, very much so. So we are on to our last panel, which is about inclusive policies and narratives, and how do we redefine the South, the New South, as it is called. And it's going to be led and moderated by Christopher Perlera, which, I invite now to the stage so he can start his panel. Chris?
Gracias, Belisa. Buenas tardes, damas y caballeros. Thanks for having me. So, as Belisa mentioned, our segment is Inclusive Policies and Narratives, Redefining the South. And, the formal description you probably read, it was about, the barriers and the access to information, abilities to react, plan, and design inclusively. Those are defined by policymakers. And so in this panel, we're going to go over a couple of key samples and important efforts that made space for emergency response, advancement, and just genuine organic partnerships between governments and state entities and community organizations in Georgia. So first, and most importantly, I'm going to introduce our panelists, which I am proud to call all friends even though I don't know America Gruner as well as I could, but I'm excited to get to know her better. But I've known about her for many, many years, just like I've respected the work of our panelists for many, many years. So first we will have Luisa Cardona Banse, and she is the Regional Services Director with Montgomery County in Maryland, and she previously served as the Deputy Director for the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs in Atlanta, where she advocated and organized COVID-19 emergency response and recovery. She is a very experienced organizer, political strategist, and I've witnessed her work in campaigns. She is a very capable immigration attorney with degrees from American University and Georgia State. She's a great friend, and we were sad to see her leave Georgia, and she did terrific work with us in partnership while she was here, and we're happy to have her virtually. So we also have my former peer during my time as an executive on loan at DFACS, Natalie Towns. She's the Director of Prevention and Community Support at DFACS. She is responsible for supporting community partners with funding and guidance, and is a former Director of Programs at the Georgia Juvenile Justice System. She is a committed advocate for youth and also has a master's in social work from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and North Carolina Central University. And of course, last but not least, America Gruner. She is the founder of CLILA, the Coalition of Latino Leaders, founded in 2006 to raise awareness, mobilize, organize, and empower each other to create change. She holds a BA in psychology, a specialization in group therapy from UNAM, la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, and a specialization in human resources management from the University of Minnesota, and addictions counseling from East Los Angeles College. She's a qualified medical interpreter, and she has a combined experience of 31 years as an investigative reporter, columnist, and proofreader. She previously lived 12 years as an undocumented member of our community. So we have a very distinguished set of panelists, and I'm happy to be a part of this conversation. So everybody ready to get started? And I'm talking to my hosts, my panelists.
Let's do it.
All right, first up, Luisa. Luisa, I'm just going to tee it up. We've had some conversations about this, and she has a terrific narrative to share just about the experience that she had working with some funding organizations here in the Metro Atlanta area, and really defining the emotional mission as well as what could be done versus what we're explicitly told, especially with working with mainstream partners. So Luisa, please take it away.
Of course. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to the Latino Community Fund and Ser Familia for this great event, which I know I've been to in person and hopefully will return to in person one time soon. And I'm so excited to be here with all of my Atlanta crew to say hi again to all of you. So as Chris mentioned, my experience really starts when we were working at the mayor's office and the pandemic started. And we were seeing all this funding come out, including under the Trump administration. There was funding coming through for rental assistance, for COVID-19 assistance. And we were seeing this funding really dwindle down to almost none when it came to our undocumented communities, right? And it was through this response of, well, it's federal law. Well, no, it's state law. Well, no, we just have to implement it this way at the city. And if anyone who has gone to law school, or if you're planning to, what you will learn is that a good lawyer's answer is never yes or no. It is always, it depends. So when a lawyer tells you no, get to your it depends, because it is always, it depends. There is never a no. So what we were hitting is this roadblock where we were saying, look, rental assistance, our undocumented communities, our Atlanta undocumented families need access to rental assistance because they've been some of the most heavily impacted by COVID-19. They have frontline jobs. They are working in cash economies. And you're letting them fall victim. You're letting them fall through this crack, which is an unnecessary crack. What our legal department, our auditing department kept saying, well, it's state law, right? It's state and federal law, which prohibit us from allowing individuals who cannot prove lawful status through a social security number or a passport access to this funding. Here's the thing, the law was very public. You can read all federal laws online, all state laws online, and none of the law explicitly banned that, right? There were There are some parts of state law in Georgia for sure that say public charge and you have to prove status, but there are extensive exceptions to that law. And one of the biggest exceptions to that law is if you go through a nonprofit partner, which is a lot of you here. And if you are transferring funds from a state or a local agency to a nonprofit, that nonprofit, under exceptions of Georgia law, has the right to say, no, I don't want to verify immigration status, because that is an exception in the law. And the state technically cannot punish you for that, right? Because it is a part of the law. And it is a part of the law that comes from federal law. Therefore, they're usurped. So this is getting really complicated in legal terms, but what I am trying to say is it's not a no. You can always push back when you are getting state and federal money, because there are exceptions to the law, particularly for undocumented communities. And that is what we did. And it was month-long conversation during a pandemic. So we didn't have months, but we continued to push our legal departments. We continued to push our auditing teams and saying, look, you're telling me no, but I know there are exceptions. So why can we not follow the exceptions of the law? Since most of the money that the city was getting was going through United Way, a nonprofit. Therefore, they were an exception to the law. And we pushed and pushed and pushed to the point where we got to, okay, fine. Literally, it was a one-word response after they'd given us memos of why it was a no, extensive memos, 8-page memos. And then finally they came back to us like, okay, yes, do it, right? Because we knew that you could always get to that depend, but you're getting to that, overcoming those legal hurdles is not the end. And I think a lot of people here who work in the service, like direct services, know that is not the end, right? Because then what we started encountering was structural barriers to access. So a lot of the organizations that United Way was working with, they were like, oh no, United Way told us we absolutely had to. So we're like, no, we pushed and it is no, you do not have to verify immigration status. That is a big part of what we pushed for. And then implementation, a lot of the documentation that they were asking for were things that families who worked in cash economies, families who didn't have documentation, didn't have access to, like proof of income. They were refusing to receive notarized letters. So it was a continuous conversation of how do you reduce these barriers to access? And how do you ensure that your policy is inclusive all the way through, right? And working internally, or if you work within government, always know you can push internally. But if you are one of these nonprofits, always know that you can push your government agencies, right? Just because they're a government agency does not mean that the final word is the right or correct response. Trust me, I've been there where many times we were in the wrong. So always push, and having you guys push as nonprofits, having community members push, having constituents push allows us as internal advocates to further that conversation. So I know that it is often frustrating because you will send something and not get a response. But know that it does make the wheels turn internally. It does help government agencies and individuals who are working that to really push the needle and say, look, constituents are demanding things and you need to change your policies. And particularly this brings me back to this conversation that I know was with the previous panel of having to fight for resources and the feeling like we can't collaborate because of that. There is enough money there for all of us. Right? There is enough money to go around, but Hispanic communities, immigrant communities, particularly in the South, we need to do a better job of demanding our fair share and demanding a seat at the table. And that includes with government agencies who are doling out a lot of this federal money that our families contributed to, and they have a right to have access to them. So continue to advocate, continue to push, because we should be able to collaborate because there is enough money for everyone to collaborate. Coming now to Montgomery County and being in Maryland, I see how much money there could potentially be. You know, in Georgia, we would fight to get 150,000 for community navigators, for promotoras. In Montgomery County, they set aside $6 million in 1 year, for 1 year. What is that? What did that create? That created the most extensive network of promotoras for COVID-19, where the Latino population here in a county that has the highest vaccination rate in the nation, Latinos are the #1 vaccinated population, even in front of the white population. That is what investment in our communities can do, right? And I know, like, working in the South, it's this uphill battle, but know that there is an alternative, there is another way, and always push for your it depends, because it is never a no. It is never a no legally. There is always another way. So always push when you're getting these no's, because I know I worked in the South. It's where I was raised. It was where I grew up undocumented for many years of my life. And you always feel like you're coming up to these doors that are no's, and trust me, these are not definitive no's. They can always be knocked down, and you just have to get to your it depends.
Thank you, Luisa. And I have a question that I think, you gave a fantastic summary, and you gave it, I think it's important to note the timeline that these things happen, because it's like pulling teeth. And there's some people that are very unemotional with this process, and there are some people that are very emotional on the no or the yes internally. And do you want to speak at all about like how long these conversations took from getting them to saying absolutely not to, okay, I guess?
It took 3 months, which in the wide perspective of like everything we do and in government, it's a short time. But I would say that when families were at the point of being evicted during COVID-19, it was far too long. It was way too long.
Mm-hmm.
And that we need to have these conversations sooner and push our colleagues sooner, so that they know why we're so emphatic with our no's. And yes, like our auditing team was very much like, oh, this is what will prevent us from getting audited. And we're like, no, this is what gives people access to live, to be able to have housing and food. And it can't be you prioritizing auditing over people, right? But it takes many years of conversations, and I'll give it to the city of Atlanta for having this office in the first place. I helped found the office over 7 years ago, and hope that this office continues to grow, because having internal advocates there and having continuous conversations with your colleagues is what allowed us, even in 3 months, which I felt was too long, to get to that yes, as begrudgingly as we received it.
Thank you. And yes, we all know anybody that's worked in government or worked with government, the speed of government is never particularly speedy. So thank you for outlining that timeline.
I don't think speed and government go hand in hand in any way.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. We say that as we're moving on to my friend Natalie Towns, who I worked with at DFAX, as we talk about the speed of government. But I also, in our prep, I welcomed our other panelists to ask you any question as it relates to your narrative. So Natalie or America, do you want to ask a specific question about what she just shared? I'm going to take that as a no.
I just have maybe a practical question, because I know that it can be intimidating when you're meeting with government officials. So do you have any specific advice when you get told no and you want to push back? Do you have any specific strategies or advice on how to handle that, given that can be a little intimidating, that you've been told no, but you want to really push it with those government officials?
I would say ask questions. So not necessarily say, well, why not? Why no? But say, okay, can you explain to me how you reached your answer? Can you walk me through this logic? Walk me through exactly why this is like this. I want to understand. And, as someone who's always worked in public sector, I always tell people, like, government is here for you. You pay my salary. You should never feel uncomfortable annoying me, calling me, emailing me, because this is what public service is, right? And if someone is making you feel that way, they're not a good public servant, because we are here to serve you as communities. And so always ask more questions, because that is where you can get to their logic and point out hopefully where the logic went wrong. but also to be able to better understand each other and always know that government is here to work for people, regardless of their immigration status. You know, we are all counted equally. Everyone pays taxes. So you have just as every right to demand things as anyone else.
Thank you, Luisa. And so we are moving on to Natalie and her segment to talk a little bit about, or a lot about her work at DFACS. So, you know, of course, we talked about her initiative that I was thankful to be a part of and support while I was there internally. And of course, you know, highlighting that, I'll preface it that, you know, Natalie's section of prevention, you know, DFACS and governments oftentimes have significant silos of separation, and it's, you know, some are more flexible than others. And some have, you know, different funding streams that are blended and braided from the federal and the state, and sometimes even private partners that piggyback on it. And so Natalie is going to share a little bit about that and give us some context and insight into her work at the Department of Family and Children Services. Thanks, Natalie.
Thanks, Chris. And I'm so glad to be here with you today to share a little bit about what we're doing in the prevention and community support section within the Division of Family and Children Services. And so, as Chris mentioned, we are a different division of the or section of the division where we don't work directly with children and families. We really work upstream, and we want to prevent child abuse and neglect from occurring in the first place. And so what we do is we receive several streams of federal and state funding that we distribute to community-based organizations and some statewide organizations who do that work, who do the work of strengthening families, of providing resources to families, of providing support to families before anything ever happens. So we don't want to wait until there, you know, a lot of risk factors, until there's a lot going on, and until DFACS is at the door, until there's a report. We want to support organizations that are there with families before all of that. We want to support organizations that help build families. We want to help support and fix systems that can support families to give them what they need, so that hopefully they're never in the place where they may be potentially involved with the Child Protective Services system. And so again, I have the great pleasure of being able to work with many different community-based organizations throughout the state that do that work. And again, some statewide organizations as well. And so, you know, in 2020, we all know all of the kind of unrest that was going on throughout the country. And there were many organizations that were releasing statements. There were a lot of training going on around diversity, equity, and inclusion. There were people being appointed into positions in charge of diversity, equity, inclusion, and which is great, that's needed. But I think there are a lot of us that see things every day that need to be done. And so while making those statements and taking those trainings are very important, there are things that we all see and we all know that can be changed and we can start working on. And so one of the things that I had wanted to address, and I felt like it was a perfect time to start addressing, and I had the perfect partner, that it just so happens that there was a senior director of strategic partnerships and messaging that was hired at the division. Yes, Chris. And we started meeting, and I shared with Chris what I wanted to do, and Chris was all on board. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to really change the makeup of the types of organizations that the division contracts with, especially my section. I think we can all probably admit that many state agencies, many organizations have their usual suspects, right? They contract with those bigger nonprofit organizations. There's a buddy system, there's a networking system, and a lot of times those same organizations get those same contracts. And even fortunately and unfortunately, sometimes some of the other organizations that do great work may collaborate with those state organizations, but they don't benefit from having a contractual relationship or getting those resources or those funding that come along with contractual relationships. So through my collaborative relationship with Chris, he was able to help me identify a lot of good organizations who have been doing great work for years with culturally specific communities. And guess what? Many of these organizations had never contracted with the Division of Family and Children's Services. Been doing great prevention work, supporting families, supporting communities, supporting those Black and Brown populations, those populations that are overrepresented in the child welfare system. And so we need, especially in prevention, we need to make sure that we are supporting those organizations that are trying to strengthen and support those families and those communities. And so that's the project that we decided to undertake, and what we decided to call it was helping organizations promote equity in prevention, or hope in prevention. And so my vision for this initiative is that we're starting with 6 or 7 organizations, and we're going to be providing them with funding for, usually we provide organizations for funding in 3-year cohorts. And so my vision is that this won't be the only cohort, that after this cohort is done, we'll identify more organizations, because it's usual that once an organization has their first contract and receives some funding from a government organization, they're more likely to, and it's easier for them to receive more funding for government organizations. So I really want to help build the capacity of these great organizations that are doing great work, but just weren't, for whatever reason, recognized by state agencies and didn't have access to those contractual relationships that they deserved. And what's ironic about that is by April, Chris and I had identified the organizations that we wanted to work with. And I think that we received a letter from the Associate Commissioner of the Association, or the Administration for Children and Families, that's our federal oversight agency. And they expressed their desire that states have this focus on equity and serving as they identified Black, Brown, and LGBTQ communities. Also, the additional funding that we received to support these families also said that we should especially use the funding to increase supports to Black, Brown, Indigenous, and LGBTQ children and families in underserved communities to mitigate risk and prevent child abuse and neglect. So these statements came after we had already did this work. So you don't need this permission. When you identify a deficit, you should go ahead and do something about it. And ironically,
We have some minor technical difficulty. Hopefully it'll resolve itself.
making sure that they have those funding opportunities. So again, although the federal government, we talk about how speedy the federal government is, it took them a few months to finally come out with that guidance to say, hey, we want you guys to support these organizations. We want you guys to support these communities. We already knew that they weren't being supported. Everyone knows that culturally specific communities aren't being supported like they should be. So don't wait for that government agency to say something. When you see that need, we all need to be the first to make sure that we're the loud voice and we're putting the money where our mouths are to make sure something happens. Again, thinking about, again, the speediness of government organizations, we've had to wait for the money to actually come. And then, of course, as many people know, the contracting process isn't necessarily as user-friendly as we would like it to be. So hoping to somehow be able to address that, at least be able to have additional technical assistance for those organizations. So if there are questions, we can help walk those organizations through that to make sure that that's not a deterrent. Those documents can be very intimidating to anyone, but we definitely don't want that to deter any of the organizations from participating and receiving this funding. I do see a question in the chat. Does the funding include undocumented families? I'm very fortunate in the funding that I received, since it's for families that are not involved with the division. It's for the greater community. It can be for families that are at risk for child abuse and neglect, but it's really for services and education to support and strengthen families and to provide resources for families. So we don't have to do any eligibility testing or means testing. We only provide that funding to those organizations, and they serve the families in their communities. So no, there's no restrictions on undocumented families for this funding.
So I'll take a point of privilege, since I'm, also a DFACS employee for a year and a consultant. There is a strong difference between the funding stream for prevention that is a contrast to the other services the DFACS provides where citizenship is required. And of course, one of the many conversations I've had with Natalie, as well as with our peers internally, and I apologize for my skylight that has sun in my eye right now. I wasn't expecting that. Language access is equally, if not even more important, and not just having things in language, but partnering with culturally competent partners and linguistically competent partners that don't just translate into legalese Spanish, but actually translate into the Spanish that, casero, what our families actually use. And that DFACS and government agencies navigate the spectrum from terrible to pretty good, or just trusting a community partner that they actually have the linguistic and cultural competence.
Thanks. That's a great point, Chris. And I think I was actually wrapping up, so that was a great time to throw that in. And I guess just to tie this up, as I mentioned, of course, the process has not been able to be as quickly as we have wanted to be, because we've had to wait on the funding and then to get the actual contracting process ready. But again, as I mentioned, when there are populations, especially when there are those culturally specific communities that we know are underserved, we don't need to wait for permission from the federal or the state government to make sure that funding is routed to those populations so they can get the services and the resources and the support that they need. It's great, that we now have the support from the federal oversight agency, and we now have the support from the program instruction that we received from the federal grant that we're using to fund the organizations. But we didn't need that. We knew that these organizations deserved the same chances of funding as those organizations that state agencies use as their usual suspects. So again, we don't need permission from the federal government or the state government. When we see a need, it's important to go ahead and address that need if it's in our purview, and again, put our money where our mouths are.
Thanks, Natalie. Would you like to talk about a little bit more about how, your leadership and your position within DFACS contrasts necessarily to, you're within Child Protective Services under the network, the umbrella, but your work is very different and much less restrictive than the rest. And also, I'll acknowledge, since I'm not a state employee anymore, the culture of each employee, like Luisa mentioned, is really reflective of the work. And I can say that it can be more difficult or less difficult, easier, depending on what government employee you get that exercises their own individual judgment. I don't know if you want to add any more to that, Natalie, just the variety of opinions that exist within your particular state agency.
Yeah, I can carefully add to that. In any organization, you're going to have a diverse spectrum of opinions. And again, I'm fortunate to work in prevention. And in prevention, we want to make sure that all families have the access to resources and services that they need to keep their family strong and together, and to hopefully not come into the child welfare system that unfortunately is overrepresented by those culturally specific communities, and often re-traumatizes those culturally specific communities. And so, it's, again, you have a wide variety of different opinions, especially when you go down to the case manager level. There may be differing opinions about what's needed and the populations that are served. But I will say, especially in prevention, we understand the importance of making sure that all families, but especially those culturally specific communities that are already overrepresented in the child welfare system, because we want to prevent that. And so in order to prevent that, we need to dedicate our funding to make sure that those organizations that serve those communities have what they need to support and strengthen those communities and those families.
Thank you, Natalie. And we're going to quickly move on to make sure that America gets plenty of time to share with us her experiences in her portion of Georgia. America, I hope you're ready, and to tell us about your collaborations with city and county government officials and agencies about some healthcare and pandemic related initiatives that you had the pleasure of being involved in, and of course, the making the sacrifice and the time to make sure it happens well and respectfully of our community. America?
Yes, it's gonna be hard to follow these wonderful ladies, but what they said is very connected to what I wanted to say, because what I saw is that we started working, we have been working for 15 years, but I mean, regarding to COVID, we started working in March 2020, and people were calling us with messages saying that I'm positive, my family is positive, we are quarantined, we cannot go out and buy food. So we started taking food to their doors. And where can we be tested? And so we started seeing that the schedule for testing wasn't, it wasn't according to the needs of the community, because they were from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, but our people work 12-hour shifts. So we started asking what we could do to offer those opportunities to the community, that they could be tested. And from that, a lot of needs came, not only for food, but also the testing, the funeral expenses, hospital expenses. And we started looking what to do, because we were seeing that the health department was overwhelmed, the local authorities were overwhelmed. So we needed to create our own resources or our own programs. And we were grateful also for the Latino Community Fund that they provided us funding for part of the work that we were doing. But the pandemic continued, and we were working and working. We never closed our offices, and all of us are volunteers. We were volunteers all these years. And then in May, I saw our volunteers working many hours. We were providing vaccines. Well, it's a long story, but I think part of the key issue for us was that I was afraid of approaching the government because we never did it before, and we didn't request funding before. But then I saw the volunteers almost burn out because we were helping the community with many things, and then the city started helping us coming to do the vaccines sometimes in our offices. But then I saw that why we don't request some funds if the government is receiving the recovery money. And it was like overcoming a lot of my personal fears and insecurities, and I thought it's not that we're gonna ask a part of their money, but it's our money because it's our community and we are living here, and these funds are designated to that. And so what it helps us also is that we have a good relationship with some of the government officials, not that we are because we're buddies or having dinner or anything like that, but it's because they have seen our work. They have seen us all these years. And also it was a process for me, but I then feel that we have something of value to them. They're looking to vaccinate more people. We need also to vaccinate our people, so we can work together in achieving the goals that they have and the goals that we have. Plus, we have a value that we have people that trust our organization, and we have the numbers of people here. They wanted to come. They have a need. Also, we have people that are working hard. And like Natalie said, usually the money here stays with the usual suspects, big organizations that you don't see. Probably they're working, but you don't see what they're doing. However, we were, if somebody can say something about our organization, is that we work really hard. We have a long way to go in many other things, but we work really hard. So that's our, that was our part of our argument about our work. Then we saw that at the beginning with the vaccines, they needed to set an appointment with the health department. They were asking for social security number or medical insurance. They needed to go in, like I said, in certain hours that people couldn't go. So we started asking more and more, like the city, they said, well, the health department is overwhelmed. So what we're gonna do is gonna set our own entity to serve more people. So they created their own entity and they were getting the vaccines from the health district, but the health district was receiving them from the government of Georgia. So that created a relationship with them more hands-on in our offices. They were willing to do the vaccine in our offices. At the beginning, we're kind of, well, we don't know, do you have an insurance if something happens? Do you have a fridge? Things like that. So we were saying, but otherwise people won't get vaccinated. Instead of waiting for people to come to the health department, you need to go and find people wherever they are. Like I said, I thought about the funding. I saw the volunteers getting burned out. Said I have to do something because we need to continue offering these services, but we need some support also from the government. Is gonna be the first time. So I'm there to request some funds, and they say, well, we don't know, do you have a strategy or something? I said, yes, we have. So I presented a strategy with the budget and everything. At the beginning, they were thinking that probably America wouldn't know how to do a plan or to have a budget, but we did it and they approved it. So the city approved 25,000 for 2 promotoras working. The part of our strategy was canvassing the houses and offering the vaccines here, and also visiting businesses and a lot of things that we said we would do. Then when the county learned about that, they said, we want to match those 25 because we see that you have been working. You are not asking something that you're gonna do, but it's something that you're already doing. And we are seeing that you're really working. So, so for me, the presentation of Natalie and Luisa was very, very inspiring because like they said, for years we never contracted with the government because I was afraid of asking, but it's like I said, it wasn't asking something that was there, is something that was ours, and we had a plan, we had the people. And I think part of the results is that we didn't wait until an emergency happens to have a relationship with the government or the local authorities, but we have a continuous work all these years. And like they know that we are not looking just to be buddies, but because what we're looking for is a working relationship, and that they need to recognize that at least in Dalton, we are 50% of the population. We have the right for those funds and to be recognized as part of the community, and they need to recognize our needs. So just in summary is what I would like to say.
No, that's fantastic. And I know we're going to move into the Q&A, but I have a question specifically to what you just said, because, you know, some of us are very used, and I say us as community leaders, Hispanic-led organizations, Hispanic serving organizations, we are used to interacting with government officials, elected officials. But, you know, if you're not, then there's a whole expectation of what you think they're going to do. And then there's the reality. So would you like to share, you know, what your expectation was? You know, being one of the first times that you're going to ask for money to do work that you're already doing that's very valuable versus the reality of how they reacted. I know you shared a little bit, but individuals and personalities abound in the request that you made?
Yeah, at the beginning, I asked a person, I won't say the name, but it's in the city government. I thought he would say yes, because he knows our work. And he said, oh, if I know about something, I'll let you know. And he never did. So I said, I need to ask around, and I asked everybody that I knew. I sent emails to people that I didn't know, but I told them, see, there is only 19% of the population vaccinated in our county. We need to do something. We are doing something, but we need support. So I was expecting a no, because like they say, the usual suspect gets the money, but I think they saw the need and they saw that we had a plan and we already were working.
Thank you. And I think you highlighted something that I feel strongly about. Just because somebody says they're your friend doesn't mean that they will act like a friend, and that relationship will be tested. So moving on to some additional questions, unless Luisa looks like she wants to say some right now.
I just want to say felicitaciones, America. Like, what an incredible feat that you achieved. And the fact that you did it with volunteers for so long is absolutely amazing. But I am so glad that you not only asked, but you got the money that you deserved and that your community deserves and your volunteers deserve. And that's really, you know, what these conversations are all about, you know, why it's so important to have more Latinos in elected government, more Latino voices everywhere, because esto es lo que nos merecemos, right? You deserve more than 25,000. Your volunteers have done so much for so long. And like, we deserve the money and a seat at the table and voices.
Yeah.
This is our money. This is our money, right? This is our government and this is our money. So lo único que decir, felicitaciones y de verdad, all power to you. And yes, you deserve much more than what you got. And hopefully more money will start coming your way, because you're doing the valuable work. And I can't tell you how many government conversations with people who know nothing about community of like, why aren't people showing up? Why don't they come? Why don't they? And why? It's because they need people like you, America. They need you and your volunteers. And that's why they need to give you the money.
Thank you so much. And I learned that they're not making us a favor. So it was hard for me to learn that.
That's
Tú le
right.
estás haciendo el favor a ellos.
So I have another question for America, but I'm going to switch it back to Luisa because there's a question for her as well. And if I don't know what the instructions are for submitting the questions, but Genesis is sharing them with me. So keep them coming wherever you sent them. So this question is for Luisa. Can you provide direct reference to the federal policy or a specific identification to receive services or goods if going through a 501c3 designation and it's not required?
Ooh, okay. So it all depends on your funding stream.
It depends.
Here's my
Good
it
lawyer.
depends lawyer answer. I can tell you the state law for public benefits. I can look that up. I don't have it memorized, but it's the public benefits exceptions to Georgia law. But if it's federal that you're looking at, it all depends. So what the reference that we were doing was for the CARES Act dollars, right? And then the American Rescue Plan dollars came down. So it all depends on where the money is coming from, what state law what federal law will control. And then state policy, you can definitely, like the public benefits, public charge is what we're looking at in terms of that law. And I can look that up. I don't have it memorized, but I can definitely give you the exceptions to that where nonprofits are eligible, are not subject to restrictions. Yeah, there you go, Gigi. Gigi gave a better answer right there. Nonprofits are not, wait, let's read it out. Are not subject to the restrictions of PRWORA. Thus, they can set whichever restrictions or lack thereof when distributing funds to individuals. All right. So we can give you more information on that. Obviously, Gigi has more. I can also provide you guys with my contact information. So if you are pursuing a specific funding stream, please let us know. And let me know, because it wasn't, I should have said it wasn't us alone acting. We had national partners, you know, the New American Economy, we had Bloomberg and Associates, we had national partners looking into the law. We had large law firms who were doing pro bono work at looking at the law for us. So if you are struggling and you're battling to get that money, then please do reach out, because there are national people who will fight for you and with you to make sure that you get, because it's not just because you tell them what the law is doesn't mean they'll still do it. You have to, it's a battle in the South.
Thank you, Luisa.
And I will share my contact information. I'll share my personal email, lcardona, my last name, 88@gmail. You guys can email me anytime, especially if it's about getting you your money.
All right. Well, unless you have anything to add to that answer, which you can always add later, we're going to go back to the question we have for America. And again, please submit your questions on Facebook and in the main room of the chat. So going back for America, and I think this is a fundamental question for many of us that, you know, exist in the metro or even in the South Georgia area. How is working in Northwest Georgia different from working in Atlanta?
I think it's very different because I just lived 1 year in Atlanta, so I don't know much about it. But what I gather is that Atlanta is more progressive. Here in Dalton and Whitfield County, Murray County, is like if you go back at least 30 years in history. We don't have any representation. All positions everywhere are held by white people from families that are with money from the carpet industry. So we feel that they see us as workers, as hands, but not as a human being, a complete human being. So they are not used to see us in city councils or much less to ask anything for us. So it's difficult, but that gives me more motivation and more strength to do the things that we do, because there is a lot to do still. Mm-hmm.
Gracias, America. And you know, we're right about time. So you know, unless somebody sneaks in a question at the last minute, I'll make a very kind of silver lining kind of situation, in that, of course, we've had a very difficult time. Families have suffered, children and individuals, our tías, our hermanos, hermanas, our moms. You know, it's been a tough time. And, you know, sometimes it's always important to remember that some good comes out of the darkness. And, you know, for many of our organizations in this time where government is injecting both vaccines and dollars into communities, organizations have received first-time funding or first-time acknowledgements for some of the work that they've been doing for decades. And we hope that, my personal hope, and I think the hope of all of us here, is that those relationships that were really highlighted and reinforced continue to grow, and that our organizations that were already very mature are going to hit the next level of kind of mainstream awareness for many of the statewide organizations that are attempting to partner or reach out to our community. So thank you very, very much to all of our panelists, and thank you so much for having me as your moderator.
Awesome. Thank you so much to Chris and to all the panelists. I think that we learned many important lessons. But before Gigi and I share what are some of ours, I'd like to thank again our sponsors. You guys made this day possible, and everything that was shared and learned. Thank you to the Georgia Power Foundation, the Georgia Department of Children and Families, DFACS, Voices for Georgia's Children, the Urbina Law Firm, son, Chase, and the fair count. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making this day a reality. For me, some of my takeaways, I made a bunch of notes. And one of them is the importance of equitable distribution of funding. I think that during the pandemic, we all saw, how difficult it was for the people that were doing the work, and America pointed that so beautifully, doing the work but not accessing funding. So the equitable distribution of funding is necessary as Latinos continue to grow. The Latino community is almost 14% of the state, but we get the less than 1% of all the philanthropic money. So that creates a lot of dysfunction and issues that we internally all know that exist, but it's many times because we are fighting tooth and nail for every cent. The second is, once again, the incredible piece that many grassroots organizations played during the pandemic, and how important they are going to be in this recovery process. They are going to be the vital, piece that is going to create this recovery possible. And third, partnerships. That word was mentioned, I guess, more than any other, but we need to redefine what partnerships are. The same way that we had a collective decision of defining what social justice and anti-racism was, we need to know what a partnership is, because everybody defines partnership in a different manner. And having a, Gigi, I think that's a homework for you and I to create a definition that we can socialize and see if we can all agree on what are the elements of a true partnership. So those are probably three of my big takeaways. Gigi?
I learned a new phrase that I am going to be using. I think that for me, I'm really always thinking about when we get over, like after COVID, and Michael Anthony from Graduate America said, it's actually post-traumatic growth, right? And then how do we struggle well? We cannot pretend that everything is going to be solved. There's always going to be another crisis. So how do we struggle well? Because it's going to continue to be a struggle. The issues that we are, dealing with are extremely complex. It's going to take, maybe generations to be addressed. But we know that progress is possible. We know this because, for so many friends and colleagues, 200 years ago, their families were slave, right? And there was progress. So progress is possible. It just takes hundreds of thousands of people working towards a shared vision, all kinds of people. And so how do we stay focused on what progress looks like? It's important. And let's just stay focused on our post-traumatic growth. Also, that some collaborations may not be the right ones, right? And the sooner that we realize why we are in collaborations and what is it that we want to accomplish, the most important is going to be, because it's going to determine if it's actually, working for the people we are supposed to serve. Something that really resonated also with me, something that said Marisol at the beginning, that recognizing that sometimes maintaining structures that continue to exclude people look like love. Because we may just want to help the folks that are easy to help. Mm-hmm. And by doing that only, we are continuing to exclude folks. So what's our role on that? And then finally, America, ask for what is ours, right? And that means money from state, federal, dollars, that's our money, and have the courage to recognize who's your boss. Is your boss your community or your friend? And so those are some of my reflections, and we are so grateful, of course, for you all to have joined us and share with us your time in the morning today. On your screens, you should see a link. That's a link to a survey. This is an educational program, and we believe in also data and know we can always get better. So please complete the survey. It's really important for us. If you have feedback, we have ideas, Ser Familia and the Latino Community Fund, we're always willing to be, to hear from you and to incorporate next year. I think that's all from us, and we want to close on a high note, always, Belisa. So what are we having to close? It's one of these coping mechanisms that we have to struggle well and continue to do this work. You want to introduce the video?
Yes. So we're gonna introduce the video of the best employees that we have at our organizations. You're gonna get to meet them. So there would be a raffle for those that complete the survey. So don't forget to complete it, because there we're offering a gift card that we're gonna raffle among the people that do the survey. So yeah, let's go to the final video, and thank you for today.